Hello and welcome to Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Thursday night in O'Fallon, Missouri, Car Shield Field for tonight's doubleheader. The first game featuring the Falcons and the Cavemen. The Falcons, their first game of this Car Shield Collegiate League season, and for the Cavemen, their second game. They won their first game yesterday against the Cornbelters in a 6-5 thriller in the first ball game. We'll take you through the starting lineup for the visiting Falcons first. Leading off in center field is number 26, Troy Bealsmith. Hitting second and playing third is number 13, Ben Swords. Hitting third and playing short is Mark Vierling. Hitting fourth and doing the designated hitting duties this evening is number 4, Wade Stouse. Hitting fifth and catching is number 6, Austin Schmidt. Hitting sixth and playing right field is number 5, David Olenek. Hitting seventh and playing left field is number 9, Michael Long. Hitting eighth and playing first is number 22, Brandon Ohm. And playing second and rounding out the order for the Falcons this evening is number 2, Nick Hoffman. And on the bump for the Cavemen, it's the right-hander out of Truman State, number 7, Connor McKenna. In 2027 strikeouts against Upper Iowa in one game, 27 innings pitched, a 1-3 record, 5.33 earned run average. He'll take the mound for the Cavemen against the Falcons. Run through the Falcons lineup real quick. Once again, it's Bealsmith, Swords, Vierling, Stouse, Schmidt, Olenek, Long, Ohm, and Hoffman for the Falcons, as we are just about set for first pitch as Nick Rose fires it down to second. And Troy Bealsmith will get things started for the Falcons, coached by Josh Kiesel. He will face Connor McKenna, the right-hander, 6 foot, 185 pounds. 6'1", 185 pounds, out of Jefferson City, Missouri. And the first pitch is outside, and we are underway from Car Shield Field. Thank you for joining us wherever you are, whoever you are, and however you're doing this evening. We thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV on YouTube. Swung on and missed. Strike one, 1-1 to Troy Bealsmith. Bealsmith, a DeSmet Jesuit High School graduate out of Weldon Spring, Missouri, 6 foot, 170 pounds, playing center field this evening. Started every game at the University of Evansville the last couple of seasons. This spring was his redshirt senior season. He was an All-MVC second team as a redshirt sophomore in 2018. The 1-2 from McKenna is chopped out to second. There to take it is Colin Turnbow, but he overthrows second base, or first base rather, and that goes into the dugout. And Bealsmith will head down to second on the error. Give him a base hit and an E4. So just like that, the Falcons have a runner in scoring position now for the third baseman, Ben Swords. McKenna got the ground ball he wanted, but Turnbow, a wild throw to first, allows Bealsmith to reach second. First pitch to Ben Swords is low for ball one, 1-0. Swords, 6 foot, 205 pounds. Out of Webster University, started all 111 games in his 3 years at Webster. Swung on and laced in the right center field gap. That'll bring home the first run of the ball game. And Swords has extra bases, but he stumbles heading to second. Gets up and still dives head first into second base. Not the prettiest double you'll ever see, but it's an RBI double for Ben Swords. And the Falcons lead at 1-0.
You mentioned he started every single game, and he was known for his power. Hit 7 home runs, drove in 52, and had a .588 slugging percentage in 2019. Was very successful for the Gorlocks, and now they keep the line moving. This is a very dangerous Falcons lineup, and they're showcasing it in their featured game here in the Car Shield Collegiate League, Shane.
Back-to-back base hits to get things started, and that brings in the Mizzou product, Mark Vierling, at shortstop here this evening. Vierling, the primary second baseman for the Tigers. The CBC graduate and St. Louis native. Started all 16 games this spring in his junior season for the Tigers. 1-1 to him. In 2019, a couple of seasons ago, hit .353 with runners in scoring position. He's got one here in the first inning. And a good hitter's count to boot, 2-1. McKenna running into some trouble here in the first inning. The Falcons strike early on the RBI double by Ben Swartz. The 2-1 swung on and hit to right. That is back, and off the wall. And it caroms back into play. And back-to-back doubles have brought home 2 runs for the Falcons as Swartz comes in to score. An RBI double for Mark Vierling, and it's 2-0 Falcons. Falcons wasting no time jumping on McKenna.
And Kiesel has had his team ready to go. That's no doubt. They come out with 3 straight base hits, 2 of them for extra bases. Shane, they're looking really good swinging the bat, and we looked at the Falcons roster. They have some dangerous arms, and they've already shown here in the top of the first they got some very powerful bats as well.
A lot of Division I players on this roster. One of them right there, Vierling, delivers an RBI double. Makes it 2-0, and still nobody out in the inning. As Wade Stouse looks at ball 1, serving as a designated hitter this evening. A left-handed hitting catcher from Wildwood, Missouri. And that's popped up into shallow left. Out goes the shortstop, Andy Bunton, to make the catch for the first out. P6 on the pop-out for the first out. And that brings in the catcher, Austin Schmidt, out of Valley Park, Missouri. Originally attended Louisiana Monroe, but played this spring for Jefferson College. In 19 games, a .260 hitter with a couple of homers, 12 driven in. He's got an RBI chance here with 1 out in the first. 2-0 Falcons. Back-to-back doubles by Ben Swartz and Mark Vierling have brought in the first 2 runs of the ball game. Swung on and missed. The running fastball from McKenna, and Schmidt was behind it for strike 1. 3 hits in the inning for the Falcons, an error by the Cavemen. Swung on and missed for strike 2, and an 0-2 count to the Falcons catcher, Austin Schmidt. This would be a big strikeout if McKenna could get it right here and try to minimize the damage and keep the Falcons from putting up a crooked number here in the first inning. Or keep that crooked number from going up, I should say. Already a crooked number. The 0-2 misses outside. Went out there with the fastball, maybe trying to set up the breaking ball here on 1 and 2. It's been primarily fastballs out of the right hand of Connor McKenna. A 1-2 count here to Austin Schmidt. Here it comes. That one got away from him. Count evens at 2 and 2. Schmidt has worked it back even after swinging and missing at the first 2 pitches. David Olenek, the right fielder, is on deck. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and McKenna has his first punch out of the ball game and the second out of the top of the first. Right fielder, number 5, went with the high fastball there, and Schmidt swung right under it for out number 2. And now David Olenek with a 2-out RBI chance. Vierling still out there at second after the double and a swing and a miss. Olenek, the Wildwood, Missouri native, appeared in 4 games this spring as a freshman at Western Illinois for the Leathernecks. There's a ground ball to third. Luke Mann fires it over to first, and the stretch at first by Chase Gibson. And that is out number 3. So after 3 straight hits to begin the inning, Connor McKenna gets 3 straight outs and holds the Falcons to 2 runs here in the top of the first. We head to the bottom of the first, 2-0.
Code Ninjas O'Fallon is located on the Deerbergs Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing at 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon, at the intersection of Highway K and N. Kids ages 7 through 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of our sensei instructors. They will start at white belt to go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session to try it out. Kids have fun and parents see results. Call 636-851-9634. That's Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun and parents see results.
Just about ready for the Cavemen to come to bat. We'll take you through their starting lineup as they are trailing 2-0 after a 2-run first inning by the Falcons. Leading off and playing center field is Daniel Sperling, number 17. Hitting second, moving up from the number 9 hole yesterday, number 2, Colin Turnbow. Hitting third is the third baseman, number 11, Luke Mann. Mark Schallenberger is the designated hitter. He hits fourth. Chase Gibson, the first baseman, hits fifth. Caden Deal, the right fielder, hits sixth. Mitch Daniels, the left fielder, hits seventh. Nick Rose, the catcher, is hitting eighth. And rounding out the order is number 30, Andy Bunton. Sperling, Turnbow, Mann, Schallenberger, Gibson, Deal, Daniels, Rose, Bunton for the Cavemen. And on the hill for the Falcons is the hard-throwing right-hander, the P3 athlete Ryan O'Connell, 5'11", 205 pounds, out of the University of Alabama. And the first pitch to Daniel Sperling is outside for ball 1. Ryan O'Connell, as a junior this spring at Alabama, 4 1/3 scoreless innings. Spent a couple of seasons at Wabash Valley Community College before heading south to Tuscaloosa. 2-0 the count on Daniel Sperling. Swung and grounded up the middle. A diving attempt out at second by Nick Hoffman, but it scoots on into center field for a leadoff single for Daniel Sperling. And that brings in the second baseman and the first player to ever hit a home run in the Car Shield Collegiate League, Colin Turnbow. Hitting second and playing second this evening. First pitch from O'Connell is grounded to first, and it's over the first baseman's head into right field. Sperling is going to head on over to third, and the Cavemen have runners at first and third with nobody out. Yesterday it took a while for the bats to come alive, but in here tonight in day 2 of the Car Shield Collegiate League, no shortage of offense in these first 2 half innings. And that brings in the Mizzou product, Luke Mann, the third baseman. He has runners on the corners and nobody out. O'Connell drops a breaking ball in there for strike 1. And Mann swings and misses for strike number 2, 0-2 on the left-handed swinging Luke Mann out of Mizzou. He was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in yesterday's ball game. And that hits him on the foot on an 0-2 pitch. And the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Man had a hit by pitch as well yesterday, Shane. So a couple times the pitcher's opting not to give him a pitch to hit. It seems like he got hit right in his midsection yesterday back in his first at-bat. This is a dangerous scene with Schallenberger and the bases loaded, Shane.
The dangerous left-handed bat of Mark Schallenberger scored a couple of runs yesterday. Swung and grounded up the middle and into center field for a base hit. 2 runs will score, and that will make it 2-2. The Cavemen tie it up. Sperling and Turnbow come across to score on the 2 RBI single by Mark Schallenberger. Ryan O'Connell in a bit of trouble here in the first inning. 4 straight base runners.
That's interesting, Shane. Both pitchers had trouble in the first inning, so see if O'Connell can't do the same and work out of it.
And the first pitch to Chase Gibson is a called strike, 0-1. Gibson 1 for 2 yesterday. And that hits him. A couple of hit-by pitches here in the first inning by O'Connell. And the bases are loaded once again for Caden Deal. So O'Connell has thrown just 10 pitches. Surrendered 3 hits and hit 2 batters. And the bases are loaded once again. And Deal chops that one to first. And the only play is at first, and O'Connell bobbles it, and everybody's safe. Luke Mann comes across to score. It'll go down as an infield single by Caden Deal. Not giving us much time to fill in our scorebooks here. Swinging on the first 2 pitches of the at-bat just about every time. It's the 3rd time a Caveman hitter has been first pitch swinging and put a ball in play. So an RBI for Caden Deal, and the Cavemen have a 3-2 lead and still have the bases loaded and nobody out. So a 3-2 Caveman lead after the 2 spot put up by the Falcons in the top of the first. And a 1-0 count to Mitch Daniels. Daniels did not play in yesterday's ball game. Playing left field and hitting 7th here tonight. The 1-0 was chopped to third. Coming home with it is Swords for the first out. He cuts down Schallenberger at the plate for out number 1. So that goes down as a 5-2 fielder's choice, and Daniels is on first. Gibson moves over to third. Deal moves out to second. So 1 out now for the catcher, Nick Rose. A strike from O'Connell, 0-1. Rose, the junior catcher out of SIUE. The Kent, Washington native playing here in the Carshield Collegiate League. A breaking ball from O'Connell. Gets away from him, 1-1. Bases loaded, 1 out. 3-2 the score. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. There's a good breaking ball. See if that pitch doesn't get O'Connell back in his zone here. Indy Bunton, the shortstop, on deck. Swung on and missed. 3 straight breaking balls, and 2 of them yield swings and misses from Nick Rose, and he goes down for the second out. That brings in the shortstop, Andy Bunton. Brendan Claus got the start at short yesterday. He's sitting here this evening, and Andy Bunton gets the shortstop start this evening. He chops one back to O'Connell and over to first for out number 3. But not before the Cavemen put up 3 runs and take a 3-2 lead as we head to the top of the second here on CCL TV. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. Nick Rose fires it down to second, and we're ready to begin the top half of the second inning. No shortage of offense here in the first 2 innings. 5 runs between these two clubs, and the Cavemen lead it 3-2. As leading things off for the Falcons will be the left fielder, Michael Long. He'll be followed by Brandon Ohm and Nick Hoffman. 7, 8, 9 in the Falcons order here in the top of the second. Facing Connor McKenna. That pitch misses down 1-0 to Michael Long. Long, 6 foot, 200 pounds, out of MICDS. Currently enrolled at Central Missouri. Had a monster senior campaign at MICDS, hitting almost 500, a 634 on base, and almost not an 800 slugging. Almost half his hits were extra base hits. 2-1 the count to the Falcons left fielder. "19 pitches in the top half of the first for Connor McKenna as he works to Michael Long, now in a 3-1 count after that pitch misses low. The 3-1 from McKenna is swung on and missed. And he works it back to a full count. Healthy cut there from Long on 3-1. The 3-2 just missed off the outside corner. Good eye there by Michael Long, and he reaches to lead off the top of the second. First walk surrendered by Connor McKenna. That brings in the first baseman, Brandon Ohm. McKenna working with the runner on first after the leadoff walk. That pitch misses inside for ball 1, 1-0 to the right-handed swinging Francis Howell graduate Brandon Ohm. Here's the 1-0 on on the inside corner, 1-1. Swung on a miss, strike two. 1-2 the count here on Ulm. Playing first this evening, hitting eighth in the Falcons order. After the leadoff walk to Michael Long, a 1-2 count to Brandon Ulm. Pitch from McKenna on the outside corner, got him looking. Got him with a good fastball, and Ulm goes down for the first out. That brings in the second baseman out of Maryville, Nick Hoffman. Started 11 games for the Saints this spring. The slick fielding second baseman out of Elk Grove High School. Oh, and 1 the count after he swings and misses at a fastball. McKenna looking for the double play to get him out of the inning. That off-speed pitch misses down low in the dirt for ball 1. Nice block there by Nick Rose. And the 1-1 is in there for strike 2 at the knees. Another 2-strike count here for McKenna. Nick Hoffman just 1 error and 47 chances at second base this spring for Maryville. He hits in a 1-2 count here, and he goes down looking. 2 straight strikeouts for Connor McKenna. That's his third punch out here in the first inning and 2/3. Second straight Falcon to go down looking. That brings us back to the top of the order, and Troy Bealsmith reached on an infield single and then subsequently scored on the Mark Vierling double. Or the Ben Swords single, I apologize. That's on the outside corner. 0-1 to the Falcons center fielder. With another off-speed pitch. That one misses in the dirt, 1-1. Michael Long still on first after the leadoff walk. Worked a six-pitch walk. And then 2 straight strikeouts looking for Connor McKenna of Brandon Ulm and Nick Hoffman. And now the leadoff hitter, Troy Bealsmith. The 1-1. Swan and chop to the right side. Turnbow ranging far to his left, and he has no play. 2 at-bats and 2 infield singles for Troy Bealsmith. Well, he hasn't hit them very hard, but those go down as line drives in the scorebook. Neither of his base hits have left the infield, but he's 2 for 2. Now a runner in scoring position again for Ben Swords, who doubled and drove in Bealsmith in the top of the first. He's got 2 runners out there here with 2 outs against McKenna. First pitch from McKenna, just a bit outside, ball 1. This will be pitch number 38 of the ball game coming up here from McKenna. That misses inside, 2-0. Good hitters count here for Swords. Nobody holding Long out there at second here with 2 outs. He gets a good lead. Likewise at first for Bealsmith. The 2-0 looked like a changeup. Drops it in there for strike 1, 2-1. Still a good hitters count here for Swords. The 2-1 on the outside corner. And a 2-strike count here on Ben Swords, who drove in 52 runs as a sophomore a couple of seasons ago at Webster. Better than the .350 hitter every season for the Gorlocks. The 2-2, swung and chopped foul. .794 career OPS in 3 seasons at Webster for Ben Swords as he tosses the wrist guard off to the side, and he'll hit in a 2-2 count against Connor McKenna. Runners at first and second, Long out at second, Beal Smith at first. The 2-2, runners go. Throw down to second, almost gets into center field, but a sliding play by Andy Button, keeps it in the infield. And a reminder, those stolen bases are brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So now 2 runners in scoring position for Ben Swords, and a 3-2 count. Second full count of the inning. And he takes ball 4. And the bases are loaded for Mark Vierling. Cavemen head coach Will Bradley will go out and chat with his hurler. The right-handed Connor McKenna out of Truman State University in a bit of trouble once again here in the second.
Yeah, he's going to have to dig deep, and that's kind of what he had to do back in the first inning, Shane, when he gave up 3 straight hits to start off the inning, but then he eventually got out of it. He needs to resettle back into it. Interesting when pitchers, they haven't been on a mound, and also you think about they got to adjust sometimes to a turf mound. Sometimes you have to wear different footing a lot of times, which can affect your command. I know if you're on this turf field, nobody can wear those metal cleats that a lot of the players probably did wear in their spring season. I don't know how much of a factor it plays, but I think it is partially a component for some of the players, but
especially for the pitchers, probably more than anybody. Getting that nice firm landing and really driving off that back foot, it's a little harder to do when you don't have metal cleats that can dig into the ground.
Yeah, and then you have other guys who are just wearing basically sneakers, the baseball turf trainers you got. Then you got some of the moldeds, but those are definitely what you want, some type of grip to drive off that back leg, where that's where you get a lot of your power when you are pitching through that rotation. And I think that that can definitely it's something that's interesting, I think, to watch how you adjust getting back onto a mound if people had access to a mound during this time.
0-2 from McKenna is chopped in front of the plate, and a foul ball. Fans still filing in here to Car Shield Field. We got a nice crowd here this evening. Sold over 1,000 tickets here tonight for opening night. Game 1 here between the Falcons and the Cavemen. Will be followed by the Cornbelters and the O'Fallon Hoots making their 2020 debut.
Yeah, I suspect more fans will pile in for the nightcap of this one, and they nearly sold out this game. If they haven't already, they became very close for this opening night.
That pitch gets away from McKenna. Still has the count advantage on Mark Vierling. Drove in Ben Swords with an RBI double in the first. 47 pitches so far for Connor McKenna. 1-2, spiked in the dirt, ball 2. Vierling works the count even. After falling behind 0-2, he fouled off a pitch and has taken 2 straight balls. 1 inside, 1 in the dirt. And a 2-2 count, bases loaded, 2 outs here in the second. Swung and grounded up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit and will likely score 2. And the Falcons have regained the lead at 4-3 as Long and Bealsmith come across to score second and third RBIs for Mark Vierling.
He settled into the Car Shield Collegiate League quite nicely, opening up with an RBI double, then a 2 RBI single, Shane. Like you mentioned, and a Mizzou product, a very successful player from this area. And a lot of players came from similar high schools. We saw a couple of cadets from CBC on the mound yesterday, and a couple in this game as well, likewise Vierling. So it's interesting to watch some of the top prep athletes you've seen throughout the years in here the St. Louis area continue to have their talents and showcase them for all the community out here in St. Charles County.
That pitch was swung on and missed by Wade Stouse. He hits with the runner in scoring position. Ben Swartz out there at second. Vierling on first after the 2 RBI single. He's driven in 3 of the 4 Falcons runs. 2 hits here in the first 2 innings for the CBC and Mizzou product, Mark Vierling. That's on the outside corner. 0-2 to Wade Stouse, the designated hitter.
And Shane, you talked about it in his first at-bat about how he's successful with runners on base, so continues that trend. Maybe we'll have to keep watching for that, as he was successful with that as a Tiger at Mizzou.
Already 2 for 2 with runners in scoring position tonight. So that average at a pristine 1,000, albeit 2 at-bats. The 1-2 is swung on and missed. Got him with a high fastball. The Falcons add a couple more, and they regain the lead 4-3 as we head to the bottom of the second. Cavemen coming to hit. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Just about ready for the bottom of the second inning. 4-3 Falcons. That took a 2-0 lead in the top of the first. The Cavemen answered for 3 in the bottom half, and the Falcons respond with 2 of their own in the top of the second, and they take a 4-3 lead. Ryan O'Connell still out there on the mound for the Falcons. And he'll face the top of the order once again. The Cavemen batted around in the first inning. He'll face Daniel Sperling, Colin Turnbow, and Luke Mann. All 3 of those players reached base and scored back in the first. And Sperling right back to O'Connell. Look what I found in a 1-3 putout to start the inning. Glove save and a beauty. Cavemen staying aggressive, first pitch swinging. It's been a theme here early on. Hitters being very aggressive. Pitchers attacking the strike zone. Lots of balls put in play. The pitch to Colin Turnbow is on the outside corner for strike 1. Turnbow singled to the right side and scored in the first. The 1-1 pitch from O'Connell. Right down the middle, strike two, as Turnbow knew he missed a good pitch to hit right there. And now he's in a 1-2 hole. And the dirt ball, two. O'Connell working very quickly here in the second inning.
I noticed that back in the first inning as well. He just got the ball and was ready to fire every single time.
No waste of time out there for O'Connell. Now he's in a 3-2 count against Colin Turnbow. As a fielder, that's got to be, of the two extremes, you'd rather your pitcher work quickly than work slowly. Keeps you in the game as Turnbow chops that one. A bare hand by O'Connell, and he fires over to first. Ryan O'Connell showing off the defensive skills here in the bottom of the second, rather.
He's showing off the pitcher fielding practice right there. The look what I found, and then the bare hand, Shane. Excellent as he's gotten both of the outs here. In the second half of this second inning, incredible barehanded play as he's running towards the third base line, and had enough time to set his feet and fire a missile over to Olm at first base.
I was about to say he's flashing the leather, but didn't need any leather on that one.
Great play right there.
That brings in the third baseman, Luke Mann, now in a 2-0 count. After that breaking ball misses down low, Mann was hit by a pitch and scored in the first. He was hit in an 0-2 count by O'Connell, and he lifts one into left field. It's carrying. It gets over the head of the left fielder Long and goes all the way to the wall. And that'll be a double for Luke Mann, second time he's reached base. That ball didn't look like much off the bat, but it just kept carrying out there to left center, and one hopped off the fence. And it's a 2-out double for Luke Mann, and that brings in Mark Schallenberger, who drove in a pair with a single in the first.
And there's some action down there in the Falcons bullpen. That's Kyle Pothoff, I believe, down there on the Falcons bullpen. So potentially the next guy to come in to relieve O'Connell.
O'Connell about to throw pitch number 30. Here with 2 outs in the second inning. He and his catcher, Austin Schmidt, not quite on the same page. O'Connell steps off, and he'll get the sign once again here on 1-0 against Mark Schallenberger. Breaking ball in there, strike one. O'Connell going more with the breaking ball here in inning number 2, throwing it early in the count and throwing it for strikes. Luke Mann out at second base after the 2-out double. And the 1-1 to Schallenberger swung on and missed. O'Connell trying to keep the tying run, strain the tying run on base. Here in the bottom of the second, already 7 runs scored in the first 3 half innings. The 1-2 from O'Connell in the dirt, and it scoots past Schmidt and all the way to the backstop. And Mann heads over to third now with 2 away. Schallenberger, one of a couple players in the starting lineups this evening from the University of Evansville. 6'2", 215. Pounder swings and misses for the third out. We've played 2 here at Carr Shield Field. Will Connerly will have the third inning for you right after this. You're watching Carr Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996.
So Falcons lead 4-3 here as we begin the top of the third inning. The Falcons' Austin Schmidt will now come into the dish. He struck out swinging back in the first inning as he takes the first pitch for ball 1. Austin Schmidt, the backstop today for Josh Kiesel's Falcons, who are making their debut here in the Carr Shield Collegiate League. We had opening day yesterday, opening night tonight. And the Hoots will take on the Cornbelters in the second half of this doubleheader. As McKenna, set and deliver, puts a strike in there, right over the plate to the catcher, Austin Schmidt. McKenna back out for the third inning of work. He surrendered 4 runs thus far. Ball misses low. The Falcons have the at-bat here in the top of the third inning, hold a 4-3 lead. They've had 5 hits off of McKenna so far. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch is inside. McKenna working with Nick Rose. That's the battery for Will Bradley's Cavemen, who won yesterday in the opening game of the Carr Shield Collegiate League. That ball's hit up the middle, and a diving shortstop Bunton can't get to it. It goes into center. Spearling will collect it, and that's a base hit to start off the top of the third inning for Austin Schmidt. So Austin Schmidt now 1 for 2, and David Olenek now comes to the plate. David Olenek from Wildwood, Missouri. Appeared in 4 games this spring at WIU. Swings it from the right side. The runner on first is Schmidt. 4-3, the Falcons have the lead, and they're looking to add on it now. As that ball gets past Rose, he tried to backhand it, but it hit off his catcher's mitt and went to the right side, so Austin Schmidt will advance. Now runner in scoring position for Olenek, who's playing right field today for Josh Kiesel and the Falcons. We've had some great baseball so far here in the Carr Shield Collegiate League, and this game's looking like it as well. Chop to the right side. Mann makes a nice play to scoop it and throw it over to Gibson. That keeps Olenek off the base paths, as that's a 5-3 in the first out here in the top of the third inning. Austin Schmidt will stay put, and now Michael Wong will come to the plate to try to add to this Falcons lead with Austin Schmidt, the runner in scoring position. Wong, back in the second inning, walked, had a stolen base, and came around to score. McKenna takes a peek at the runner and fires it in. That's hit to the left side. It will get through. This could be a run. Getting sent home is Schmidt. The throw comes up and won't be in time. So Austin Schmidt comes around to score. Michael Long gets on base for the second time tonight. This time it's by a single to left field. So with one on and one out, Brandon Olm will come up, the first baseman who struck out looking last time at the plate. Wearing number 22 for the Falcons today, the first baseman. He takes the lumber, looking to do some damage here in the top of the third inning as the Falcons have already extended their lead. 5-3, they now have the advantage over the Cavemen. And that's a strike beautifully painted on the outside corner. McKenna fired that glove side, and Rose did a good job to frame it ahead 0-1. Runner at first is Michael Long, taking the lead, being held by Gibson. In the box is Olm. McKenna comes set and kicks. That swung through a beautiful changeup as he pulled the string. And now in a good position for the 0-2 pitch to Brandon Olm. Runner at first is Long. McKenna takes a peek over at Michael Long at first base. Comes set, way ahead. What will he bring? The 0-2. Fastball upstairs and taken by Olm. McKenna still way ahead, so he can have his way with pitch selection here as he's working with Rose. He's looking in for the sign, gets it, and comes set. Takes one peek at the runner and fires, and the breaking ball misses arm side. Now even count, 2-2. Olm laying off on back-to-back 0-2 pitches to battle back in this count for the Falcons, who lead by a couple runs here in the top of the third inning. Michael Long, the left fielder, got on a single and scored. Austin Schmidt had an RBI. He's a runner at first. This ball's hit to the right side, and it's out of play. Not much foul territory over there on the right side with the big right field scoreboard. That one gets out of play. So another 2-2 pitch on the way from McKenna to Brandon Olm. Francis Howell High School graduate Brandon Olm played in a couple of games with St. Charles Community College this past spring. Now try to give the fans of St. Charles County something to cheer for, these Falcons. The Cavemen are the home team, but likewise a lot of the fans rooting on both teams. A lot of local products here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Originally supposed to be the home of the O'Fallon Hoots, who will make their debut the game after this one. The full count pitch is upstairs, and battling back from down 0-2 in the count, Brandon Olm reaches base on the bases on ball, so he's at first. Michael Long goes to second, and now Nick Hoffman is the batter, but not before Will Bradley wants to have a word and maybe take McKenna out of the game. It looks like there will be a call to the bullpen. So McKenna worked into the third inning and got 1 out, 2 and a third is his final line. He surrendered 5 runs and is responsible for a couple more that are on the base paths, and the call to the bullpen now is made by the Cavemen. Will Bradley will deploy his first usage of the pen right now. You think Kiesel likewise will do the same, as Pothoff was getting ready back last inning, so potentially he'll relieve O'Connell soon thereafter. So Nick Hoffman, the second baseman, will be due up, and he'll have runners on first and second. McKenna worked into the top of the third inning. Austin Schmidt started it off with a single. He came around to score off a Michael Long RBI single, and then a walk issued to Brandon Olm ultimately led to the pitching change. And we'll get that pitching change for you. Number 12 into the game, Ryan Foley, John Wood Community College, as there's where's number 6 for the Blazers? He was a freshman this past fall. He hails here from O'Fallon, Missouri. So Ryan Foley will try to work out of some trouble with runners on first and second base. Michael Long will be the runner at second. Brandon Ohm, the runner at first. Ryan Foley, the pitcher on the mound after McKenna went 2 1/3 and surrendered 7 hits. And we'll see how many runs he allows, as he's allowed 5, but is responsible for a couple more on the base paths. One error did happen. To believe one of those runs is unearned on the stat sheet for McKenna. But Shane Holsey, it's a beautiful day here. It turned out to be a beautiful night, a little hot, but it's a great atmosphere for these fans to finally enjoy some nighttime baseball as it's opening night here in the CarShield Collegiate League.
A little on the warm side, but you know what I call that? It's baseball weather.
Baseball
weather,
weather,
that means
indeed.
It's warm. Baseball is back, and as the sun goes down and it starts to cool, this will be a beautiful evening for baseball. The sun has peeked its way out, and we're going to have some fantastic baseball for you here this evening. A couple of ball games, 4 teams of the CarShield Collegiate League in action here tonight, a couple that played yesterday.
So Foley will try to work out of the jam. He comes on with just 1 out and a couple aboard, and first pitch swinging is Hoffman, chopping to the left side. Great play made by Mann. He fires it over to first and got him. What a play right there from Mann. Mann throws it over to Gibson, and 1 pitch, 1 out, but it was a big one. The runners do advance on the 5-3, but Mann flashes the leather. And that's the second out, so Ryan Foley coming in and issuing the ground ball. And now that will flip it back over to the top of the order, Troy Bealsmith. Here in the top of the 3rd inning, Falcons looking to extend their lead with a couple of runners in scoring position. First pitch swung on again, but this is in the form of a swinging bunt. Mann picks the ball up and throws it back to second. 2 pitches and out of the jam. Wonderful work from Ryan Foley. He comes in and gets a ground ball and then gets another one, and caught in between second and third base is Michael Long. So great work from Ryan Foley. He comes in 2 pitches and works out of the jam. That's the 5-6 on the 3rd out. We send it to the bottom half of the 3rd inning, 5-3 with the Falcons on top. Now entering the ballgame, Kyle Pothoff, Marquette High School alum, now pitching for the University of Missouri. Kyle Pothoff, currently enrolled at Mizzou, was the 17th recruit in Missouri class of 2019. Now trying to do some work for Josh Keishel's Falcons squad, who has a 5-3 lead as we're now in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1 run was tacked on by the Falcons in the top half, and Chase Gibson is a first pitch swinging. That ball's high, but caught eventually by Olenek at the warning track. So 1 pitch and 1 out as the pop fly to right field retires Gibson. So now Caden Deal will come up. He had an RBI single last time at the dish back in the first inning when the Cavemen scored 3 runs, but they've been silent ever since. But that ball is swung on and hit to the second baseman. Hoffman fields it and not scooped out of the turf from Ohm, so eventually Deal will get on. And so a runner on first base and Deal, after he had up the middle to Hoffman, but it ultimately couldn't be scooped up by Ohm. So that brings up Mitch Daniel to the dish. So 1 on, 1 out.
No, give that an air, not a hit.
That ball's missed upstairs. Here in the bottom of the third inning, Falcons have a 5-3 lead. And that's taken for a strike. Is Mitch Daniels, the batter, swinging it from the right side. So Chase Gibson started off the inning with a pop out to right field. Caden Deal reached via the air, and now that is Mitch Daniels at the dish, playing left field this evening for Will Bradley's Cavemen. Looking for their second win here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. They trail by a couple runs. Cavemen have had 5 hits so far. As Pothoff comes set. The 2-1 delivery. Fouled out of play. Mitch Daniels looking to do some damage for the Cavemen. A 2-2 count. 1 down here in the bottom of the third inning. Pothoff comes set. And takes a look over at the runner at first, Caden Deal, who gets back with ease. Holding him on was Brandon Ohm. We take you around the horn for the Falcons. Long in left, Beal Smith in center, Olenek in right. Swords at third, Vierling at short, Hoffman at second, Ohm is at first, and the 2-2 pitch is a breaking ball missed in the turf behind home plate, so that will now run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes, just 1 down and 1 aboard for Mitch Daniel, the left fielder. So the payoff pitch awaits, and the battery unit was started with O'Connell, but now relieving O'Connell for Josh Kiesel's Falcons squad is Kyle Pothoff. That ball's belted into right, or to left field rather, and that's going to be a single. So now a couple of base runners are going to be on, and the hitter will be Nick Rose. So back-to-back runners reach base, putting some pressure on Kyle Pothoff, the Mizzou Tiger pitcher. So now the right-hander will try to work out of some trouble, and Nick Rose will try to redeem himself after going down swinging back in the first inning on a breaking ball.
This has to be kind of odd for Pothoff. He's used to wearing the black and gold. Now he's playing against the black and gold, almost identical colors to what he wears at Mizzou.
And he falls behind. 1 ball and no strikes. Nick Rose, the SIUE product. 6 foot, 185. Played at a junior college before he went to SIU. He's been the backstop today. Played in a couple of games over in Edwardsville this past spring. Pothoff takes a peek at the runner, and that ball is going to be fouled out of play to the right side. So the 2-0 pitch gets hacked away. Make the count 2 balls and a strike with 1 out and a couple of board.
Nice play by a fan out there catching that foul ball barehanded.
But they put it back into play. Fan didn't get to keep that one, Shane.
That's unfortunate.
And that'd be interesting. I know some major league teams are thinking about having fans buy tickets, no fans being allowed in the stands. But then what they do is they have, if the foul ball hits that seat that you buy, they'll give you that foul ball. That was something that that was proposed for some of the teams as Rose swings through a bender So now a couple of strikes on the catcher from Edwardsville with a runner on first and second. Kyle Pothoff looking to work out of a jam. 1 out. Infield at double play depth, looking for the pitcher's best friend here on the 2-strike pitch. That ball's spiked well short of the plate, so runners will advance on the wild pitch.
That one looked like it caught Schmidt in the mask as it bounced 2 or 3 feet in front of home plate. Nothing Schmidt could do except hope and prayer that he gets a glove on it and end up hitting him in the mask.
So O'Connell went a couple of innings to start this game. Surrendered 3 runs in the first inning. Had a clean second. But now Pothoff making the relieving duties as we're here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Couple of runners on. And ball 4. Nick Rose gets walked, and now the bases are loaded with just 1 away. And the Cavemen looking to battle back into this game just here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. But a primetime opportunity with the bases loaded and just 1 out. As Nick Rose reaches on the free pass. Pothoff trying to work out of a bases loaded jam, and he spikes that fastball and looking to run home and sliding in safe at the plate. So a run scored for the Cavemen, looking to inch back into this game. So Caden Deal scores, Mitch Daniel advances to 3rd, and Nick Rose will advance to second base as Pothoff spiked a couple of pitches in this one, allowing runners to advance. And so now the score 5-4. The Cavemen battling back here in this inning. And Andy Bunton looking to add on to that lead. A single could give the Cavemen the lead. So the right-hander from Mizzou looking to work out of some trouble here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And the Cavemen looking to take the lead with runners on 2nd and 3rd. Couple in scoring position for the right-handed hitting Bunton. Breaking ball. Called for ball. So 2 balls and no strikes, just 1 away. The inning started with Chase Gibson popping out to right field, but then an error, a single, and a free pass brought up Bunton with the bases loaded. A wild pitch ultimately let Deal score and allow runners to advance to 2nd and 3rd as Pothoff eventually gets strike 1 over. So 2 balls and a strike. And 1 away here on a beautiful evening for opening night here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Pothoff comes set and delivers to Rose. That one's missed low again. But Schmidt does a job at least not to get that one to the backstop, but it does mean there's a 3-ball count. So no, there is an open base for Bunton, but the hitter awaiting on deck is Spearling, who started this game off with a base hit. Bunton hits that one to the right side. Hoffman grabs it, throws it over to first to Ohm, but it will do a job. So Bunton gets an RBI on the ground out to the second baseman. Mitch Daniel scores, and Nick Rose advances to 3rd base, and Daniel Spearling will now bat here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
That's just a good job of not trying to do too much. Just do your job, put the ball in play, get yourself an RBI, tie this ball game.
Hit by pitch on the first pitch of that at-bat to Daniel Spearling, so he now comes on base, runners at the corners with 2 outs. Cavemen coming back into this one, the 1st inning. Pothoff entered this game with his Falcons having a 2-run lead, but the Cavemen have taken advantage. Runners started getting on the pond with an error, but then a single, a couple walks, and now a hit by pitch has complicated things for the Falcons here in this inning as Colin Turnbow takes ball 1. Turnbow had a home run yesterday, now hitting 2nd in the lineup, moving him up a little bit after showcasing his power to the right field yesterday. Runners at the corners, 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs for Pothoff. The 1-0 delivery, runner moves. Schmidt with good pop time down to second base, but swiping the bag is Daniel Spearling, timing up Pothoff, and that stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. 5-5 is your score here. In the bottom of the third inning, Pothoff looking to work out of a jam. He's allowed 2 runs thus far. Here in the third, that ball's hit to the shortstop, Veerling. Throws it over to Olm at first, and Pothoff works out of the inning. A couple runners left on, but 2 scored for the Cavemen. We have a tied ball game as we head to the 4th inning. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling various industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown in St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. That's 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Melotronics recycler since 1996. So here in the top of the 4th inning, tie ball game, Shane, as we've had some great baseball on our hands so far here in the Car Shield Collegiate League in the young season. Just game 3 of 90 here at Car Shield Field. So Ryan Foley will come out and work another inning. McKenna went 2 1/3, but then Ryan Foley came in and had a nice welcoming to the ballgame, Shane. Just a couple of pitches, and he gets out of it. And it looked like he came in with a big jam on his hands as the last inning started with Austin Schmidt getting a single, ultimately scoring. But then a single and a walk ultimately led to taking the Truman State right-hander McKenna out of the game. And Ryan Foley came in, a couple ground balls to Luke Mann, and you're out of it. 2 pitches, and he's done. But now he'll have a challenge facing Ben Swords, Mark Veerling, and Wade Stouse, the 2, 3, 4 hitters for the Falcons. 5-5 ball game here, starting the top of the 4th inning. So Ben Swords swinging it from the right side. Ryan Foley, the right-hander. First pitch is taken upstairs for ball 1. Top of the 4th inning. For the Falcons, they scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. Now looking to pour some more on and break the even 5-5 score here in the top of the 4th inning. They've had 7 hits tonight. And a couple have come from the guy in the hole, Mark Veerling. Started the game off with a double and then had a 2 RBI single in the second inning. Has 3 of the 5 RBIs for the Falcons as Foley misfires on that pitch. Now 3 balls and no strikes. Looking to get on to start this inning is Ben Swords. Mark Veerling in the hole, rather. The 3-0 pitch is taken inside, and that will bring up the shortstop tonight for the Falcons, Mark Veerling. Bases on balls to start the top of the 4th inning from Ryan Foley. So Mark Veerling, the shortstop, we can see what the Mizzou product can do. A handful of Mizzou players here in this league, and just in this game alone, Pothoff, Mann, Veerling, all have ties to the University of Missouri-Columbia, members of the SEC. 5-5 the score here in the top of the 4th inning. Foley comes set. Veerling initially squared around a bunt, but then took a strike on the outside corner. Veerling had a double in the first inning, and then had a 2 RBI single in the second inning. Has 3 of the 5 runs batted in for the Falcons. looking to bat in some more and break this tie score. Foley with a move over to first base, but getting back safely is Ben Swords. And you talked about the 1-2 punches in this league. Well, this is a good 2, 3, 4. Swords, Vierling, and Staus. You look on the other side with Mann and then Schallenberger. There's a lot of power. We expect to see a lot of home runs, the ball flying out of the ballpark. And some of that was featured yesterday with Matt Westphal absolutely laying into a ball. And you also had Cruz and Turnbow at home runs as well. We had that poll on Twitter, Shane, about what team's going to hit the most home runs today, as that ball's popped into the right side in that little Bermuda Triangle, and it ultimately dropped. So Vierling's having a day. He's 3 for 3, and now runners are at the corner. Swords goes to third, Vierling goes to first, and the designated hitter catcher from Southeast Missouri State, the left-handed power hitter, Wade Staus, will now come to the plate. He popped up to the shortstop Bunton in the first, struck out swinging in the second. Looking to do some damage here in the top of the fourth inning. Falcons in good position. A ball in play gives the Falcons the lead. Staus swings, hits it to the right side. Diving Turnbow throws it over and makes an acrobatic play, but it's still going to be a run. So Wade Staus does the job grounding out to Turnbow, but Turnbow makes a nice play diving on this turf and firing it over to the first baseman Gibson. So one down, but Ben Swords scores, and Mark Vierling will advance to second base. So one out and one on who's in scoring position, but Staus doing a great job. He knew he just had to put the ball in play and did that early in that at-bat to give the Falcons the lead, now 6-5. Hitter is Austin Schmidt. The catcher today for the Falcons, handling the pitching staff. We've caught O'Connell and Pothoff so far for the Falcons, but more importantly, they got back that lead for Pothoff, who's on the mound, as that ball's fouled back to the screen. So no balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, and Mark Vierling, the runner at second base, as Ryan Foley looks to keep Vierling at second and keep this game close here in the top of the fourth inning. As the Falcons look to add to their 1-run lead. Ring 'em up. Strike 3 fastball right on the corner. A little elevated. And a punch out right there. That's key, as now there's 2 outs to bring up David Olenek, the right fielder. Back in the third inning, he grounded out to the third baseman, Luke Mann, who's been showcasing the leather here in the hot corner, and they've been doing that all summer long, it seems like, so far in this young season. Tommy Woods yesterday made some incredible plays at third base, and Luke Mann's been flashing the leather as well at the hot corner, so we're excited to see some of the great defense. You had Turnbow make a diving play earlier, so these players really flashing the leather, helping out these pitchers here on the mound today. A couple of errors have happened as well. We mentioned that, but great defense so far. As that ball's hit to the right field, that'll be a base hit. Mark Vierling's going to come around. They'll send him. Will he score? Yes, he will, as Vierling steps on home plate and makes the score 7-5. Mark Vierling comes around to score on the Olenek single, so Olenek will go to first base on his single to right field, and Michael Long will come to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. So a couple more runs in the offense. There's been no shortage of offense here early in this game. The first of a doubleheader here at CarShield Field. Almost gets away from Rose, but backhands it to save it for Foley. Here at the top of the fourth inning, 8 hits for the Falcons so far. They're looking for more, and the left fielder Michael Long at the dish looking to do it.
Something that might get overlooked on that RBI single, Ryan Foley backing up the plate in perfect position. If he's not in the right spot, that ball gets away, and the runner moves up to second, most likely Olenek.
Olenek at first, being held on by Gibson. Looking in for the signs is Foley. and he delivers. A strike called, so 2 balls and a strike, 2 down. The inning started off with Ben Swords walking. The free pass was issued by Foley, and Foley, remember, came in the 3rd inning with an out. 2 pitches, 2 outs, worked out of runners in scoring position, 1 out jam with 2 ground balls. 2 pitches, 2 outs, got out of the jam nicely, saving a couple earned runs, or runs that were rather left on from the Truman State pitcher, Connor McKenna. But now, 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, and the pitch. The breaking ball is hung, backhanded by Mann, firing it over to first to Gibson, and working out of it is Foley. But now before the Falcons add a couple, we send it to the bottom of the 4th inning, 7-5, the Falcons on top. Welcome back here as we're getting ready for the bottom of the 4th inning. Bothoff working here in the bottom of the 4th inning, his 2nd inning of work. He came in the bottom of the 3rd inning, relieving O'Connell. O'Connell went 2 innings, surrendered 3 runs, all in the 1st inning, and then Bothoff came in and allowed a couple of runs, 1 unearned via the air. But now Bothoff works here in his 2nd inning of work here in the bottom of the 4th inning. His team has a 7-5 lead. No shortage of hits tonight. Falcons with 9 of them, and the Cavemen with 6. Both teams each have 1 error. 7-5 the score as Pothoff takes them out for his team with the lead. As Luke Mann is in the box. Was hit by pitch and came around to score back in the 1st inning. And had a double in the 2nd inning. It's another base hit as Luke Mann reaches on the single. So 2 for 2 with a run scored for the former Vianney standout Luke Mann. And that will now bring up Mark Schallenberger, the designated hitter. Had a 2 RBI single back in the 1st inning, struck out swinging to end the 2nd inning. Looking to do some damage for his team as the lead has gone back and forth. A great matchup between Josh Kiesel's Falcons and Will Bradley's Cavemen. Kiesel, P3, heavily involved with developing pitchers here in the St. Louis area and across the country. Works with many professional athletes, and a lot of coaches in this league likewise do as well. Will Bradley, one of them, coaching in the Los Angeles Angels organization, head coach for the Cavemen, who his team's at the plate now, as Schallenberger takes a couple of called strikes. No balls and 2 strikes count. No outs as Mann's at first base. The left-handed power hitting Schallenberger taking a peek at the runner is Pothoff, who throws it over to have Mann dive back. Pothoff, as Mann had a single off his teammate at Mizzou, Pothoff, and now Schallenberger grounds to the right side. Backing up on him is Hoffman, but eventually throws it over to first base, not in time, as Schallenberger will get on. So an error on that play allows Schallenberger to reach base. And now into the box is Chase Gibson. So Cavemen getting a couple runners on Pothoff to start off the inning. Pothoff had to work in the stretch for many pitches back in the third inning, but gets ahead with a nice breaking ball. No balls and a strike. The Mizzou right-hander looking in to get a sign from Schmidt. Runner on first is Schaumburger. Reaching on the air, Mann, the runner at second base. And the pitch is in the dirt. Schmidt doing a nice job to stop that one from getting to the backstop. Chase Gibson was hit by the pitch in the first inning, popped out to right field in the third inning, 0 for 1 on the day. Cavemen down by a couple runs. Schaumburger would represent the tying run. Here in the bottom of the fourth inning, that ball's chopped to the left side. Swords throws it over to Ulm. And the 5-3 does a nice job of advancing both runners now into scoring possession. That will be the first out here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and Caden Deal will come up and look to do some damage. Had a run batted in the first inning on a single and came around to score, reached on an error in the third inning. So now Pothoff, the right-hander, a couple ducks on the pond he'll try to work out of. Runners in scoring position at second and third. The left-handed hitting Caden Deal playing right field today. Takes called strike one from the right arm of Pothoff. Cavemen down by a couple runs. That ball's hit to the right side, eaten up by Ohm, but eventually steps on first base to get Deal out in time. So that will be the second out of this inning, but a run scores, so doing the job. As Luke Mann started off the inning with a single and then came around to score. And that will advance Schaumburger up to third base, who reached via an error. And Chase Gibson, who grounded out to the third baseman, Ben Swords, that set up that play. As that's just good fundamental baseball. Station to station is what you call it right there. As Daniel takes a strike. Going station to station, Luke Mann was at first, Schaumburger was at second. A ground ball moved them both over, and then another ground ball brought in Mann and put Schaumburger to third base. And when a runner is on third base, less than 2 outs, coaches really want you to be fundamental and just trying to get the ball in play, preferably on the ground to the right side, to guarantee that you can at least score a run, and that's what the Cavemen did. As now the score is 7-6, Pothoff still trying to hang tight onto this Falcons 1-run lead now in a run-saving block right there from Schmidt.
Well, that might be the defensive play of the game. That was a fastball spiked in the dirt, and he somehow picked it, just stuck the glove down and snagged it right off the dirt, or the turf, rather.
Yeah, that's a great point, and those are the hardest pitches to block for sure, but that one framed right down the middle for strike number 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs as well. Runner on third is Schaumburger. He represents the tying run for the Cavemen. They've plated 1 run here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Pothoff comes set. 2-2 pitch is fouled away. We'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Schaumburger at third. Mitch Daniel looking to pass the baton on to Nick Rose, who is on deck. The catcher today for the Cavemen. Pothoff comes set and delivers. And the breaking ball misses glove side. So now 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Full count and 2 outs. Schaumburger, the runner at third. Here in the bottom of the fourth inning, big pitch right here from the right arm of Pothoff. Action in the Falcons' pen. Breaking ball. Fouled to the left side, grounded down the line. And so we'll do it again. Good at-bat so far from Mitch Daniels. Had a single and came around to score. They took advantage of Pothoff in his first inning of work. On wild pitches with the runners were able to advance. Now Pothoff looking to hang tight onto this 1-run lead that his team has. He came in with a lead in the third inning. But his team helped him out as there's been runs every single frame except the bottom of the second. So it's been exciting baseball. Here in the bottom of the fourth inning, the Cavemen looking to plate more as they just trail by a run. And if you're just joining us, here's some recap for you. So the Cavemen started off by surrendering a couple runs to the Falcons in the top of the first, but answered with 3 more in the bottom frame. Then the Falcons took back the lead, and it was 4-3 in the top of the second, and they were shut out in the bottom of the second. A pitching change happened in the top of the third. The Falcons added another, and in the top of the fourth, they added a couple more. And the Cavemen added a couple in the bottom of the third, and now here in the bottom of the fourth, they're looking to take back the lead or try to tie the game. Schallenberger, the runner at third, representing that tying run, as Mitch Daniel works a bases on balls against Pothoff. So runners on the corners here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Cavemen already have scored 1. They have 7 hits tonight. Swung through it is Nick Rose on the fastball. Running arm side from the Mizzou right-hander. On deck is Andy Bunton. So Bothoff looking in, getting the sign from Schmidt. And it's interesting to look at the battery combinations of these pitchers and catchers, as that is called for a high strike. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. And what you talk about there is the relationship with the pitcher and catcher, that battery chemistry. You know, they spent all spring throwing to familiar catchers maybe they played with for multiple years at their respective institutions, but now you just meet someone and try to get on the same page. What's your repertoire? Some of the questions that you ask as Rose gets called on strike 3. It was dropped, but Schmidt throws it down to first to ultimately retire the side. Cavemen plate 1 and cut their deficit in half. Falcons up 7-6. We head it to the 5th inning. This inning is brought to you by the Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrials, metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. This company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has a large amount of scrap, metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601. That's 877-258-3601, or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mechatronics recycler since 1996. Ohm, Hoffman, and Bealsmith now to start off the top of the 5th inning for the Falcons, who have a 7-6 lead. No shortage of offense tonight. We love to see it. Shane Holsey alongside me, Will Connerly here in the Car Shield Collegiate League here in the top of the fifth inning, getting things moving along nicely here in this offensive showcase here in the third game of 90 in the Car Shield Collegiate League. 7-6 the score. The Falcons on top as Ohm takes ball number one from Foley. Foley came in the third inning, got a 2 pitches, 2 outs, but worked out of some struggles in the fourth inning, allowing a couple of runs to the Falcons and ultimately letting that lead go back to the Falcons. They held on to it tightly from the right arm of Pothoff last inning, not allowing Schallenberger to score, who was on third base, but they did cut into that deficit. Now 7-6 the score. The Falcons looking to add on it now 3 straight balls to start off here at the top of the fifth inning for Foley. Brandon Ohm struck out looking in the second and reached on the free pass in the third. He hits this one to the right side. Under it is Deal, and he catches it for the first out. So 1 up and 1 down for the Falcons as they throw it around. A nice way to battle back from down 3-0 in the count, Shane.
That's just a nice job of pitching, not getting too carried away with yourself. Just focus on the next pitch. Just throw 1 strike at a time. It's a lot easier said than done. It's kind of cliche, but that's really just what you have to do. When you're down 3-0, just get it to 3-1, then get it to 3-2, and then get the out.
Taking it 1 pitch at a time, and this 1 pitch is fouled out of play to Nick Hoffman, who is the hitter. Nick Hoffman swinging it from the right side, wearing number 2 for the Falcons. The second baseman struck out looking in the second, grounded out to the third baseman in the third inning. Now here in the bottom of the fifth, his team with a 1-run lead. And the 0-1 pitch from Foley, the breaking ball, missed upstairs. It was close, just didn't quite bend enough to get a called strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike, the count, evening it up. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. The pitch. Upstairs again in that upper corner of the strike zone. Tough to get. Foley has hit it a couple of times, but the umpire has deemed it was outside the strike zone. 2 balls and a strike. This ball's popped out of play, so the 2-2 pitch awaits. Nick Hoffman, Elk Grove High School graduate. He plays in the Great Lakes Valley Conference, and we've seen players from Maryville, Quincy, even a couple of other of Great Lakes Valley Conference schools that are in the Car Shield Collegiate League, a NCAA Division II institution. Ring 'em up. Strike 3 on the corner as Hoffman walks back to the dugout. Nice painted fastball on the corner as they throw it around the horn. So 2 up and 2 down, now looking to retire the side in the order. Coming up to the plate is Bealsmith, so the strikeout looking from Foley. Doing a nice job, his second strikeout here, working now here in this third time on the mound, third inning. As he came in here in the third inning, worked the fourth, and now working the fifth as this ball is popped up to right field, and it's caught. So a quick 1-2-3 inning for Foley as he retires the side. 7-6, Falcons on top. We send it to the bottom of the fifth inning. Welcome back to CarShield Collegiate League TV. Thanks for joining us for the second consecutive night. If you were with us on our inaugural game and broadcast here in the CarShield Collegiate League last afternoon. And now, new pitcher into the ballgame for the Falcons. We're here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Falcons have a 7-6 lead, and Grayson Sen will try to hold on to that lead, as that ball's fouled to the right side from Andy Bunton. So Kyle Pothoff, the Mizzou right-hander, worked a couple of innings. And now Sen will try to hold tightly onto this lead for the Falcons' time at the plate. We've had runs all over the place, 7-6 the score. The Falcons on top. The only time a run wasn't scored in a frame was the bottom of the second inning. The Cavemen had 3 in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and now batting here in the fifth inning, Andy Bunton with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Leading off the bottom of the fifth inning, Sen misses upstairs with that pitch. Grayson Sen, an MICDS graduate, made his first ever collegiate appearance this year as a freshman at Central Missouri. Tossed a scoreless inning against Concordia St. Paul this spring. Features some of the best hair we've seen so far here in the CarShield Collegiate League as he comes set for the 2-ball, 1-strike pitch to Bunton. That's going to miss inside.
Reminds me of the Dodgers prospect Dustin May, that long curly hair flowing out of the hat, and it flops around as he's makes his delivery to the plate. Best hair we've seen so far.
And you describe of the likes of May or somebody like Hader, and you see maybe if his repertoire, his success on the mound could be akin to that as well. He'll have to prove it now with leading off a pitcher with a bases on balls. That's going to be a tough decision. That's going to be always tough to work out of that. But now he'll go to the stretch. As bases on balls, Andy Bunton reaches to start off the bottom of the fifth inning. Cavemen trail by a run, but now get a runner on first base in the form of the speedy Andy Bunton. Now back to the top of the lineup, Daniel Spearling up to the plate for his fourth time in this one. Players getting plenty of at-bats as there's been no shortage of hits. Falcons have 9, and the Cavemen, who are batting now, have 7. The hitters taking advantage. A lot of times, Shane, it's been aggressive hitting, but also pitchers falling behind in the count and making those counts extremely conducive to put the ball in play at a high clip when you fall behind 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1. It gives you a lot of good pitches to hit. So a ball and a strike, nobody out, 1 on. The runner on first is Bunton. The left-handed hitting Daniel Spearling, who's playing center field today for Will Bradley's Cavemen. Today, as the Cavemen trail by a run, Bunton represents that tying run. That breaking ball missed up and away. And the Sen is the third pitcher deployed tonight by Josh Kiesel. O'Connell started the game. Pothoff then threw a couple of more innings. They each threw 2 innings apiece. Now Grayson Sen coming in the fifth inning. He comes set, gets a sign and delivers. That is miss upstairs as well. So now 3 balls and a strike and nobody out. The hitter on deck is Colin Turnbow. Turnbow had a single and came around to score in the first inning and also belted a home run yesterday. We talked about it, the first home run that was hit here in the CarShield Collegiate League. We're seeing some great baseball so far, some closely, very competitive games here in the CarShield Collegiate League in the young season here in 2020. Great time to have baseball back, and a great time to get Sen back in the count, as it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes, painting the black on the 3-1 pitch, so full count pitch awaits.
Good speed on first and Andy Bunton. See if they want to deploy a hit and run here.
3 balls and 2 strikes, and the deliver. Runner's off, and it's fouled away. So you talked about putting the runner in motion with 3 balls and 2 strikes, and there went Bunton. We'll see if they do it again. Daniel Spearling fouled that one away. Get a runner going. When you think about the Cavemen, they trail by a run anyway to get a guy moving and tie this ball game. And continue to pass the baton down the line as they're now at the top of the order in Spearling. The two-hitter Turnbow on deck and Luke Mann in the hole, the Mizzou standout hitter. So Sen getting the sign, now wants a little more communication with Schmidt. Steps off and recalibrates for the important 3-ball, 2-strike pitch here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Sen trying to hold on to a 7-6 lead for his Falcons. And he delivers the 3-2 pitch. That's fouled again, so we'll do it again as it's fouled again off his body as it went down into the turf and then hit his leg as he adjusts his batting gloves. Daniel Spearling, the center fielder, swings it from the left side. Spearling, McHenry County College, had a .504 on-base percentage with 28 runs scored, a .375 batting average, and 96 at-bats, and he hits this one to the left side. It's shallow, but coming in and catching it is Long there in left field, so that will be the first out here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
That may be an out, but that was a very, very quality at-bat there by Spearling. 8 pitches, fouled off a couple of tough pitches, maybe out of the strike zone, but you got to protect on 2 strikes, put the ball in play. Never know what can happen.
So now swinging it from the right side, stepping into the box is Colin Turnbow. 1 on and 1 aboard. 7-6 the score. Falcons have a 1-run advantage. And an interesting game we've seen so far as the offense has dominated. When we looked at these 2 rosters, we saw a lot of good pitching on this Falcons team. And Kiesel's known to develop some great pitchers across the area. You see the roster of pitchers that he's been able to have and just the pitchers he's been able to work with and develop over the years at Premier Pitching Performance. You see they have a Premier Pitching Performance sign in left field next to the Car Shield sign. So 7-6 the score here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-0 the pitch. Turnbow takes it for strike 1, so 2 balls and a strike. And the right-handed hitter who attends Maryville University takes the lumber and looking to start. He's been off to a nice start this season. And the pitch upstairs taken. So 3 balls and a strike. Sen trying to find the strike zone. As the right-hander works to Turnbow. Bunton, who hit at the bottom of the order, kind of works as a double leadoff hitter. Offering some speed in the 9 spot. That's going to be a ground ball. 6-4-3. They turn, even though 2 speedy runners. It's a 6-4-3. Nice double play to work out of it from Grayson Sen. 7-6 the score. We send it to the 6, and Shane Holsey will send you home for this game here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. 7-6 the score. Falcons on top.
A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metal, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, Metaltronics recycler since 1996. We head to the top of the 6th inning. 7-6 Falcons as they come to bat. It'll be 2, 3, 4 Swords, Vierling, and Staus in the Falcons order. Ryan Foley back out there. Came in the middle of the third inning. Has worked 2 1/3 since then, and he works to Ben Swords to lead off the top of the sixth. 2-3-4 for the Falcons. Swords has reached base 4 times already. Or 3 times, rather. A couple of walks and a double. He's scored a couple of runs and driven in 1 as well. The 2-0 from Foley is upstairs, 3-0. Swords drove in the first run of the ball game, first run of the season for the Falcons. Drove in Troy Bealsmith back in the first on an RBI double, and he works a 4-pitch walk to lead off the sixth. He reaches base for the shortstop, Mark Vierling. 3 for 3 so far, 3 driven in for the shortstop out of the University of Missouri. Making his presence known here in his first game here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Primary second baseman for the Tigers. Playing shortstop here tonight for the Falcons and Josh Kiesel. That breaking ball in the dirt, 5 straight balls to start the inning for Ryan Foley. For Foley here facing the 2-3-4 hitters in the Falcons order. As dangerous a 2-3-4 as you'll see in this league. With Swords, Vierling, and Staus. And on a 2-0 count, Nick Rose will have a chat with his right-handed hurler out of the John Wood Community College in Quincy, Illinois, just across the Mississippi River. About 100 miles or so north of here, about a 2-hour drive. Wears number 6 for the John Wood Blazers, but wearing number 12, just double it. Here for the Cavemen of the Car Shield Collegiate League. From right here in O'Fallon, Missouri. The 2-0 to Vierling on the outside corner. Foley rather, fires one in there. Just bring the count to 2-1. Still a good hitter's count for the shortstop Vierling, and a check on Swords over there at first. Swords has reached base 4 times. 3 times via the free pass. The 3-1 swung on and missed. 2-1 rather, now 2-2. And Foley has come back to even the count at 6 straight balls to start the inning, 2 straight to Vierling. And now a 2-2 count with Swords on first. And that swung on and hit pretty well and down in the left field corner. That's going to get down for extra bases and hop over the wall for a ground rule double. Luckily for the Cavemen, as Swords likely would have scored had that ball stayed in play. And Vierling is 4 for 4.
Crushing it, Shane. He's been huge today with the runs batted in as well, with 3 of them.
Make that 6 total bases as well, with 2 doubles and 2 singles. Wouldn't think the way he's swinging it that he had almost a 4-month layoff. But he's swinging the bat well here on this July 2nd, 2020 here at Car Shield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Night 2, day 2 of the Car Shield Collegiate League. Opening night for the O'Fallon Hoots. They'll be in action about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Stay right with us on this same stream. We'll have that one for you about 20 minutes after this ball game wraps up. As we play here in the top of the 6th, 7-6 Falcons, and they're threatening once again, trying to extend their lead and give them a little extra cushion as we head into the later innings. Just 7-inning games here in the Carl Shield Collegiate League. As that's roped into right field, and it's caught out there by Deal. A nice shoestring catch. And now they have the runners caught between second and third. Here comes Swartz for the plate. The throw from third. He is out. Luke Mann guns down Swartz at the plate. A bit of confusion on the base pass by the Falcons. And a big double play there for the Cavemen. And now a runner on second and 2 away. Bit of confusion between Vierling and Swartz as to whether that ball was caught. Deal made a nice shoestring catch out there in right field. And now all of a sudden a double play.
How do you score that double play, Shane?
I believe that's a 9, is that 9-1-5-2? 9-2-5-2?
And the turn, that's a huge. Stouse came up with runners on second and third, nobody out. And had a well-hit ball, but just a little miscommunication on the base paths led to that double play.
And if the Cavemen can come back and scratch across a run or two in the final 2 innings, that play will be huge, especially if Foley can get out of this inning without allowing a run after having runners on second and third and nobody out. That pitch is dropped. That'll go down as a pass ball as it gets away from Rose. Vierling heads up over to third. And a 3-0 count to Austin Schmidt, the catcher. 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the third. He hits in a 3-0 count with Mark Vierling on third base. Swinging 3-0, and he fouls it back. Austin Schmidt looking for a 2-out RBI. Here with 2 away here in the top of the 6th. Falcons on top, 7-6. And that's in the dirt, ball 4. Now I think on that pass ball it was a called strike. So the count goes to 3-2 now. My apologies.
The hitter was good. We were all, Schmidt thought the same thing as well.
Full count here to the catcher, Austin Schmidt. The delivery is swung on and belted to deep left. And that one will leave the yard. A 2-run homer for Austin Schmidt with 2 outs and 2 strikes. And he extends the Falcons' lead to 9-6. Just snuck over the Car Shield sign, just left of the 354 sign on the light tower in left field. And that's a 2-run homer for Austin Schmidt. He thought he had ball 4, but instead he's got a 2-run homer. And Ryan Foley will come out of the ball game. New pitcher to tell you about. We'll take a break, and we'll tell you about the new pitcher for the Cavemen. Right for this, a 2-run homer by Austin Schmidt, and the Falcons lead it 9-6. New pitcher to tell you about for the Cavemen. It's the right-hander number 10 out of St. Charles Community College, Zach Floyd, the St. Charles, Missouri native out of Lutheran St. Charles High School, 5'11", 195-pound right-hander. Will face David Olenek with 2 away and nobody on after the 2-run homer by Austin Schmidt. Just off the outside corner for ball 1. Olenek 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the 4th. He hits with 2 away and nobody on here in the 6th. Well, in that last at-bat, Austin Schmidt thought he had ball 4. A little bit of confusion on the count, and then the very next pitch launches a 2-run homer to left center and extends the Falcons' lead to 9-6. I think he'll take a 2-run homer over a walk any day of the week, twice on Sunday. Two and one, the count to Olenek. Good breaking ball in there from Floyd. Evens the count at 2-2. Third pitcher of the game so far for the Cavemen. Connor McKenna worked 2 2/3. 3 innings of work for Ryan Foley, and now Zach Floyd takes over with 2 outs here in the 6th. And that pitch misses down low for ball 4, a 6-pitch walk for David Olenek. And he is on first now for Michael Long.
And Shane, the cool thing about that Austin Schmidt home run also is he played at Jefferson College and he made his commitment to Lindenwood. So that's out here in St. Charles County. A lot of the fans who see him hit that bomb into left field and try to round the base pass, maybe they can see that a little bit more at the Great Lakes Valley Conference School, Lindenwood University.
Just down I-70, just a few miles east of here in St. Charles. Always a strong baseball program, Lindenwood University. They produce some top-end talent year in and year out at the D2 level. Michael Long in an 0-2 count against Zach Floyd. Long look by Floyd, and the 0-2 got him looking. He sets down Long on 3 pitches. But Austin Schmidt has extended the Falcons' lead to 9-6, a 2-run homer. And the Falcons lead it by 3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Grayson Sen back out there for the Falcons. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. A 2-run homer by Austin Schmidt has extended the Falcons' lead to 9-6, as it'll be 3, 4, and 5 for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the 6th. Mann, Schauenberger, and Gibson for Will Bradley's Cavemen. And the first pitch from Sen, a breaking ball in there, strike one. Sen has looked solid since coming in last inning. Surrendered a walk to the leadoff hitter, Andy Bunton, in the 5th. Got a fly out from Daniel Sperling, and then a 6-4-3 double play from Colin Turnbow, as that pitch is fouled out of play for strike two rather. And 2 for 2 on the day. A double, a single, a hit by pitch, and a couple of runs scored for the left-handed hitting third baseman out of the University of Missouri. The 0-2 from Sen is lifted down the left field line, slicing fair down the left field line and into the corner. And a ground rule double for Luke Mann. Just snuck it inside the left field line. So it hopped over the short wall down there, down the left field line, and Luke Mann with a leadoff double. He's 3 for 3. That's the 4th time he's reached base. On an 0-2 count, went with the pitch and drove it down the left field line, and that brings in the designated hitter, Mark Schallenberger. Drove in a couple of runs with a single back in the 1st. 1 for 3 on the ball game.
Mizzou is represented well in this game, Shane.
Between Vierling and Mann, Pothoff on the hill.
Mann,
plenty of Missouri Tigers to go around.
And they're having success with Mann with 3 hits and Vierling with 4, right? And so 7 hits, but combined between the Tigers hitters here. Division I local talent, both of them were MCC conferences in high school with CBC and Vianney, the respective schools for Mann and Vierling. They're having successful nights tonight so far in the first half of this doubleheader.
And after the fly out by Schallenberger, that brings in Chase Gibson, playing first base here this evening. 0 for 2, reached base on a hit by pitch in the 1st, and was stranded at third base, flew out in the 3rd, and grounded out the 3rd back in the 4th. The 1-0 from Sen, up and in, ball 2. Chase Gibson, a 200 hitter at William Woods University this spring, from right here in O'Fallon, Missouri. Lutheran St. Charles High School. 5'10" first baseman. Hitting in a 3-0 count against the right-handed throwing Grayson Sen. And how awesome is Sen's hair?
It's great. It's wicked.
Early contender for best hair in the league.
When are we giving out that award?
I think we can pretty much give it out now.
We got to let everything still play out. We had our first transaction today. Player came in and we traded some teams, but we have. I don't necessarily know when the trade deadline is, but I think we're getting close to it. So just a couple days in, they may have to finalize everything. Obviously, just kidding. A lot of roster additions are probably on the horizon with players coming in and out, and especially pitchers who may not feel as ready yet, and they want to wait till they want to get on the mound. So There'll be a lot of turnover, and also sometimes where if one team has an influx of pitchers, he may move to another team to help out a pitching staff.
Rosters are very fluid here in the Carshoe Collegiate League. No one player set to any one team. This league is all about just getting the players back out on the field, getting some live action here in the summer, and make up for lost time, so to speak. And get fans out and get some baseball up and rolling here and rolling into the heart of the summer here in the St. Louis area, in the heart of St. Charles County, O'Fallon, Missouri. That beautiful Cars Shield Field, scheduled to be the home of the O'Fallon Hoots. They'll make their debut, and depending on how long this game goes, about an hour or so. About 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game, you can stick with us right here. The Hoots will take on the Cornbelters, who lost to these Cavemen yesterday 6-5 in the opener of the Cars Shield Collegiate League. That pitch misses up and away, a 3-0 count once again. This time to Caden Deal, the right fielder.
Schmidt now trying to get on the same page with Sen. He's been missing upstairs on the fastball a couple of times, and a lot of times even if the catcher doesn't have a working or existing relationship, a lot of guys from this area know each other around here or went to the same colleges together at some point, and just help him out. Hey, what's going on with the mechanics? Give him a break. If you're consistently missing with a pitch, hey, what do you want to do here? Also, with a runner on second, a lot of times it complicates what the pitcher's going to do. But you talked about the O'Fallon Hoots opener, and Joe Lincoln, he's done a great job to really help get this thing together for the Carshoe Collegiate League, the manager for the O'Fallon Hoots, on the staff at Missouri State.
Done a great job putting these teams together, really up until the last couple of days. And I'm sure, as you mentioned, these rosters very fluid. As Pitch Daniels thought that was strike three, he was headed up to the plate. He's ready to hit. I expect Daniels to do something this next at bat. He's ready to get up there. But just strike two on Caden Deal. Runners on first and second, one away. That's pop foul out of play. And we'll do it again here on 3-2. Deal representing the tying run at the plate. Here in the bottom of the sixth, 9-6 Falcons after the two-run homer by Austin Schmidt. Just clearing the wall over the Car Shield sign out in left field. The 3-2 in the dirt, ball four. It gets away and into the dugout. And runners will stay put. Bases loaded with one away, and that'll bring in Mitch Daniels, the left fielder.
Tying run at first base, Shane. This isn't their last chance, but this is a prime time to get back into this ball game for some late inning heroics here against the right-hander Grayson Sen. So huge opportunity as they head towards the bottom of the order for the Cavemen.
Mitch Daniels at the plate representing the go-ahead run all of a sudden with the bases loaded and one out. Sen looking for the double play to end the threat and keep the Cavemen off the scoreboard here in the sixth. He'll have to work from behind in the count, 1-0 against Mitch Daniels. 1 for 2 with a base hit and a run scored in the third. Walked in the fourth. The 1-0 off-speed pitch, swung on and missed, pulled the string.
And that was a tight breaking pitch right there. And he's going to need to work out of a jam.
Middle infield and double play depth. Corners guarding the lines. The 1-1. Inside and down, 2-1. Tense times in that Falcons dugout for head coach Josh Kiesel.
hanging on to this 3-run lead, but you're seeing that they have action down in the pen now.
And that's roped into center field, and that will be caught out there by Dealsmith. But a run scores and a sac fly. Bealsmith made an excellent play out there in center field. That gets over his head. That likely ties this game, but instead it's just a sac fly for Daniels, and it's 9-7. Still tying run on base now for the catcher, Nick Rose. 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts and a walk. He's got a chance for a 2-out RBI. And if he can put one in a gap, could tie this ball game. Boy, what a catch by Bealsmith. That is one of the hardest plays in baseball. The line drive right at you. He went back and made a nice leaping catch and saved at least a couple of runs. 9-7, Falcons lead at bottom of the 6th. Runners on first and third for Nick Rose in an 0-1 count. That's chopped foul for strike 2 and sends one out away from escaping this inning with a 2-run lead. 0-2 the count on Nick Rose. Chase Gibson at third. Caden Deal at first. 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. Sends, sets, and delivers the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Big strikeout there for Sen, and he strands the tying run on base. And we head to the top of the 7th. Falcons lead it 9-7.
This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601. That's 877-258-3601. Or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996.
To the 7th and final frame we go. Falcons lead it 9-7, and looking to add on here in the top of the 7th, Brandon Olm, Nick Hoffman, and the top of the order, Troy Bealsmith, 8, 9, and 1. due up for Josh Kiesel's Falcons here in the 7th. Zach Floyd still back out there for the Cavemen. Looking to get 3 outs and give his team a chance to come back. In the bottom of the 7th, we've seen some late inning heroics so far here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And the way this ball game is going, certainly no lead is safe with a 9-7 score as we play here in the top of the 7th. Brandon Ohm will lead things off 0 for 2 with a walk. His first pitch swinging and fouls it out of play, off to the right and out of play. That 2-run home run by Austin Schmidt looming large here as the Falcons lead it by 2 here in the 7th. With 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 6th. On a full count, Austin Schmidt launched one over the left center field wall. At the time, extended the lead to 9-6. Now 9-7 as the Cavemen scratched across a run in the 6th. 1-2 the count to Brandon Ohm, playing first base here this evening. The 1-2 from Floyd, upstairs, ball 2. Went with the fastball, maybe just overthrew it a little bit. 2-2 to number 22, Brandon Ohm. The 2-2, a breaking ball. Second time a breaking ball has gotten away from Floyd in this at-bat. And that runs the count full to 3-2. The full count offering just missed on the outside corner. We've seen that pitch be called a strike multiple times tonight. But Brandon Ohm reaches base for the second time. And that brings in the second baseman, Nick Hoffman. Hoffman 0 for 3 on the ball game. Looking to get off the schneid here in the 7th. Couple of strikeouts and a ground out for the second baseman out of Maryville. First pitch swinging once again, and he fouls it back. Runner on first, none out after the leadoff walk by Brandon Ohm. Zach Floyd looking to hold the Falcons' lead at 2. Ohm dancing off a first. The 0-1 is up and away, 1-1. Another reminder, about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game, the Cornbelters take on the Hoots. First game for the O'Fallon Hoots here at Car Shield Field. The 1-1 on the outside corner. Almost the same pitch that Ohm took ball 4 on, instead called a strike, this time on Hoffman. And that pitch gets away from the catcher, Rose, and Ohm will head down to second. And gone are the chances of a ground ball double play. 2-2 the count on Hoffman. Looking to avoid the hat trick. He struck out twice. Looking to advance the runner home or drive him in with a base hit. The 2-2 misses away, 3-2. Second straight full count to begin this inning for Zach Floyd. Working in relief of Connor McKenna and Ryan Foley. The full count delivery, swung on and missed. Hoffman goes down for the 3rd time, and Floyd gets the first out here in the top of the 7th. And that brings in the center fielder, Troy Bealsmith. Made a fine leaping catch out in center field to save a couple of runs in the bottom of the 6th. Then we'll have a pinch runner out at second for Brandon Ohm. That'll be Alex Hoff making his first appearance here in the Cars Shield Collegiate League. Pinch running for Ulm out at second. Little extra speed out there for Kiesel's Falcons, and a good read by Hoff. And he heads over to third on the wild pitch. Hoff, the 6 foot, 175-pound St. Peters, Missouri native. Started 15 games for Maryville this spring as a junior. He's at third with one away. Cavemen bring the infielders in. Pitch right down the middle, strike one. Bill Smith, 2 for 4 with a couple of base hits and a couple of runs scored. One run from Floyd, fouled straight back. And a 1-2 count to the center fielder, Beal Smith. Beal Smith out of the University of Evansville. Hails from Weldon Spring, Missouri, and he pops that one foul and out of play. All MVC second team as a redshirt sophomore in 2018. Led the team in hitting, slugging, home runs, and doubles. And he's also pitched in some games for the Aces. Made a few appearances on the mound as well, along with playing in the outfield. Out of DeSmet Jesuit High School. Payoff pitch, swung on and laced in the left center. And what a catch out there on the warning track by Mitch Daniels. Saves extra bases. It does bring in a run, but a round of applause for Mitch Daniels. An over-the-shoulder sliding catch. He knew that wall was coming fast, and he slid and made the catch, but it's a sac fly for Troy Bealsmith. And the Falcons' lead is back to 3 at 10-7. That pitch misses to the third baseman, Ben Swords. He's reached base 4 times. Three walks and a double, and he chops that one to third. Man coming in, can't make the play. That'll be an infield single. High bouncing chopper. And man could not come up with it. And Swords reaches base for the 5th time. That brings in the shortstop, Mark Veerling, who's carrying a 4 for 4 line to the dish here. He looks at strike one, 0-1, with 2 away here in the 7th. Falcons looking to add on to their 3-run lead. Sac fly by Troy Bealsmith. His first run driven in here in the Cars Shield Collegiate League. And the man at the plate, Veerling, has driven in 3 of the Falcons' 10 runs. Couple of doubles and a couple of singles for the Mizzou product. Falcons have scored a run in every inning besides one. They went scoreless in the 5th. But other than that, they've scored at least a run in every single inning. And continue to add on to their lead. And a good hitters count here for Veerling at 2-1. Looking to add some more insurance runs. And he looks at ball 3, 3-1. Wade Stouse on deck. Swords leads off first. And the 3-1 to Veerling. Swung on and laced up the middle. And Veerling has a 5-hit day. Have a day, Mark Veerling. Third single for Mark Vierling, 5th hit. And the 13th hit of the game for the Falcons.
5 for 5 with 3 runs batted in. Have a day, why don't you?
Have a day indeed, Mark Vierling. Showing why he's the everyday second baseman at the University of Missouri. Wasting no time making his presence known to these baseball fans here in O'Fallon, Missouri.
And wasting no time, we've seen jam-packed, a ton of runs scored here in this 7-inning game, 17 runs. So obviously this game taking more time than maybe a lot of the other 7-inning games we saw yesterday because of the amount of runs that have been scored.
Going on 8 o'clock Central Time. We started right around 5:30. Going on 2.5 hours here to complete this 7-inning game. Hoots and Cornbelters about 20 minutes after this one.
And that will feature a good pitching matchup. Tyson James and Jackson Keller. Keller for the Hoots and James for the Cornbelters on the mound. So a good pitching matchup awaits for that game.
Can stay right here for that one. Good pitching matchup and plenty more baseball action to be had here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Here on YouTube, we thank you for watching wherever you are and whoever you are. Family, friends, just enjoying some baseball. Whatever your reason for watching, we thank you for tuning in. And now the bases are loaded for the Falcons. After the walk to Staus.
Friday night's going to be pretty special too, Shane.
We got fireworks, and before the game, Charles Glenn tomorrow night will be here singing the national anthem. Always a treat to hear him belt out the national anthem for many, many years at St. Louis Blues games. Retired from that this year, but he's back to sing the national anthem here at Car Shield Field. What a treat that will be.
Yeah, so many people I've talked to and to tell him Charles Glenn's performing before the game. And, oh, man, I've always wanted to see Charles Glenn. And it's a great opportunity to see some baseball and great promotions happening all season long. You can go to O'FallonHoots.com/schedule to see all those and get some tickets for games.
And Schmidt laces one into right center, and that one is gone. A grand slam for Austin Schmidt. Home runs and back-to-back at-bats. And 6 RBIs on the night for Austin Schmidt, and the Falcons are pouring it on. It's 14-7.
Well, you thought Vierling was having a day. How about Austin Schmidt? 3 hits, 2 of them home runs, 1 a grand slam, 6 runs batted in. And then Vierling 5 for 5. But you also take 3 hits and a couple homers as well, both having incredible days, Schmidt and Vierling. And just likewise, now we thought that it was maybe going to be a close game, but we have a football score on our hands now. 14-7, up by a touchdown as they have exploded here in the top of the 7th inning.
5 runs here in the top of the 7th. And how about 6 RBIs on back-to-back pitches for Austin Schmidt? Wasting no time jumping on that first pitch and sending a frozen rope out to right center and clearing that short wall into the bullpen.
So a ton can happen in the final innings here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. You got to watch all the way through. You never know what's going to happen in these final frames. Home runs, grand slams, late inning comebacks. Interesting things happening towards the end of these ball games.
Swung on and missed. Olenek goes down on strikes, but a 5-run inning highlighted by the grand slam by Austin Schmidt, his 2nd home run of the ball game. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Falcons lead it by a touchdown. It's 14-7. New pitcher in to close it out in the 7th for the Falcons. It's the hard-throwing right-hander, Ari Gordon, wearing number 14 on the back of the Falcons jersey. Played for Parkland Community College this past spring, currently uncommitted for the 2020-21 season. Sits right around 90 miles an hour, that three-quarter delivery with some nasty arm side run on a good fastball. And he faces Andy Bunton to lead things off for the Cavemen as they try to fight their way out of a 7-run hole. 9-1-2 for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the 7th.
Watch out.
Head on a swivel.
And Tyler Headcamp over there coaching first base had to show off his vertical. The ball lined right at him.
And you get that man in the high jump. He's young, he's nimble. Always have your head on a swivel with a right-handed hitter down the first base line. Another one sent straight back. And Bunton still with a 1-2 count against Ari Gordon. P3 athlete, one of several premier pitching performance pitchers on Josh Kiesel's squad. Co-founder of P3. Manning the dugout for the Falcons here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Check swing, Bunton did not go.
That was a nice pitch.
7-run deficit for the Cavemen.
You talked about velocity, and I think Bunton kind of felt that as well, is why he was kind of tardy on the first couple of pitches, fouling them off to the right side.
2-2. A little grunt from Gordon. You could hear that from up here. Giving everything he's got on that 2-2 heater.
Great velocity on the fastball.
He's got plenty of velocity.
And there's pitchers in this, plenty of pitchers in this league who just can absolutely bring it. We're going to see some velocity.
Mm-hmm. We'll see Tyson James here in game 2 as Gordon fell down, but the pitch was right down the middle for strike 3 and the throw down to first. Strikeout for Gordon. And Bunton is 0 for 3. That brings in the leadoff hitter and center fielder Daniel Sperling. 1 for 3. Reached base a couple of times. Scored the first run of the game for the Cavemen back in the first. He hits with none on and 1 out against Ari Gordon. Missed with the breaking ball away. Cavemen trying to battle back. 21 runs scored in the first 6.5 innings of play here tonight.
Good pitch.
2 home runs by Austin Schmidt. 6 RBIs for him, a 5 for 5 day for Mark Vierling. Three and 0 now on Sperling, as Gordon did not like that pitch. Hopefully did not hear that on the broadcast. 3-1 the count to Sperling. Swung and grounded to the right side. Hoffman is there. And the throw is in time to get Sperling. Close play at first. Good hustle by Sperling. But the throw was in time, and the Cavemen are down to their final out. One Maryville Saint makes a play. Another Maryville Saint comes to the plate. And Colin Turnbow. Final hope for the Cavemen. And a 14-7 ball game. There's strike one from Gordon.
Gordon showing a nice fastball, but also a nice breaking ball here in this final inning.
No wasted effort from Gordon, working from the third base side of the rubber. Max effort type of guy. And the 1-1 to Turnbow, a breaking ball gets away. Should the Falcons hang on, they'll win their first game here in the Carl Shield Collegiate League. And the Cavemen will fall to 1-1, barring a late massive two-out rally here in the bottom of the seventh. Cornbelters and Hoots about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this ball game. Cavemen down to their final strike. Just missed off the outside corner. 3-2 to Turnbow.
And he's sitting 90 to 91 miles an hour right now with some great velocity here in this last inning, Shane.
Let's see if he can use that velocity to get the final out. One strike left to work with for the Cavemen, and that pitch way behind Turnbow. And he reaches with a two-out walk. That brings in the third baseman, Luke Mann. 3 base hits for him on the day, a couple of doubles. He's reached base 4 times and scored 3 runs. That's fouled out of play, strike one. Oh, 0-1 the count to the third baseman, Luke Mann, hitting with a runner on first. Pitch from Gordon misses inside, 1-1. Falcons with 5 runs, and 4 of them coming on one swing by Austin Schmidt in the top half of the 7th. And they gave Ari Gordon plenty of cushion to work with. And now the Cavemen down to their final strike once again. 1-2 from Gordon. Swung on and roped down the right field line, but foul. Man jumped all over that pitch and laced it down the right field line. Well, it's a harmless foul ball. A 1-2 in the dirt. 2-2 the count on Luke Mann. Cavemen not going down without a fight. Count even on the left-handed swinging Luke Mann out of Mizzou. Gordon delivers the 2-2. Swung on and a base hit down the right field line. That'll get down into the corner. Mann hustling into second base, and he is in there with his 4th hit of the day. 3rd double for Luke Mann.
Mann. 4 hits for Mann and 5 hits for Vierling. These Tigers are raking. We saw the Quincy Hawks, they had a great day yesterday with Westfall, Leeds, and Barrymore all having runs batted in. But now Mann with 3 doubles, a couple runs scored. Mann and Vierling having great days for their respective teams. Mann for the Cavemen, Vierling for the Falcons, who are on top by 7 runs. But Do we see a comeback, Shane, or maybe a little rally?
Runners on second and third for Mark Schallenberger. Hold the phone just for a second. Cavemen showing a little life. We've seen some seventh inning craziness as he belts that one into right center, and that will be out of here. A 3-run bomb by Mark Schallenberger, and it's 14-10. How crazy has this game been?
They hit off the top of where the visiting clubhouse is, Shane. That was an absolute nuke. He turned that 90-mile-per-hour fastball around and tattooed that baseball. That's the power we talked about with Mann and Schallenberger. A great 3-4 punch, and he touches them all. They all come home. Now just a 4-run deficit, Shane.
Hey, all of a sudden you get a few more people on base, and that could bring the tying run to the plate. There was nobody on and 2 outs, and a 14-7 Falcons lead. Now it's 14-10, and that brings in Chase Gibson.
And Ari Gordon looked sharp coming in. A strikeout, then a ground out, but ever since it's been a walk double and now a home run.
Hit about halfway up the roof of the visiting clubhouse out there in right center, just to the left of what would be the home bullpen. And now an 0-2 count, and once again, Cavemen down to their final strike. The 0-2 to the first baseman, Chase Gibson. Swung on and missed, got him with the breaking ball. And the throw by Schmidt's a little high. And what a fitting way to end this one. A 2-3 putout. And mercifully, the Falcons come away with a 14-10 win here in their first game of the Cars Shield Collegiate League. 6 runs driven in by Austin Schmidt. A 5-for-5 day for Mark Vierling. They power the Falcons to a 4-run win. It got a little dicey there in the top of the 7th. 3-run homer by Schallenberger, but the Falcons hang on 14-10. We'll take about a 15-20 minute break, and we'll have the Cornbelters and Hoots coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. Falcons win this one 14-10 in a 24-run affair. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so. Cornbelters and Hoots coming up.
Opening night baseball here for the O'Fallon Hoots. The O'Fallon Hoots taking on the Cornbelters here in opening night for the Car Shield Collegiate League. Jackson Keller getting loose on the mound for the O'Fallon Hoots, and we'll go around the horn for the O'Fallon Hoots first. Keller pitching. Stouse is the catcher. Bastunas at third. Cusimano at short. Lampros at second. Dunham at first. Bergman, Krogman, and Young patrolling the outfield. Jackson Keller getting loose, throwing to Ty Stouse. Keller features a good sinker, spends some time here in St. Louis, a product of the area, and Missouri Baptist. He pitches for that squad, and he'll face the Cornbelters, Spencer Nivens, Jimmy Obertop, and Kyle Vance. Carter Mize, Zach Friedling, Drew Mize round out the 4-5-6. Josh Cook, Desmond Woods, and DJ Schmidt will round out the Cornbelters lineup. We'll give you the lineup for the Hoots as well. Tyler Bastunas, Dominic Cusimano, Chase Krogman, Matt Dunham, Colin Bergman, Jamie Young, Luke Lambros, Zach Kraus, Ty Stouse, and Jackson Keller, who's on the mound. We went around the horn. We gave you the lineups. The throwdown is done, and baseball is back for the O'Fallon Hoots. The long-awaited arrival of opening night for the O'Fallon Hoots is finally here. Joe Lincoln and his squad, and the white uniforms with the black undershirts, taking on the Cornbelters in the beautiful yellow pants and the green tops with the yellow jersey. Joey Hawkins, head coach for the Cornbelters, and Joe Lincoln for the Hoots. We're all set and ready to go on this beautiful Thursday night from Car Shield Field. Keller delivers the first pitch, and it misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes is the count to the left-handed hitting second baseman, Spencer Nivens. Keller works again, looking in and getting a sign from Stouse. Kicking and deliver. The 1-0 pitch is going to be missed inside. So 2 balls and no strikes as Keller's working on the mound. The 2-0 delivery. Swung on and fouled to the left side, out of play. Jackson Kelly, Missouri Baptist pitcher, came by way of St. Louis Community College, Merrimack, junior this past spring, but now playing for Missouri Baptist, an NAIA school. And he pitched a little bit for the Spartans this past spring. The delivery is chopped away to the left side again. 2 balls and 2 strikes is the count. Here in the top of the first inning, we're just underway here. Opening night for the O'Fallon Hoots, as Spencer Nivens is battling against Keller, getting ready to deliver the 5th pitch of this game. So if you're just joining us, you haven't missed much yet, and we're so glad you're here with us on Car Shield Collegiate League TV here on YouTube. As that 2-2 offering is fouled to the left side as Nivens adjusts his batting gloves and gets ready for another one. Nivens swinging it from the left side. 2 balls and 2 strikes here to lead off the top of the first inning. Keller delivers and battling again. Good 2-2. Fought off that pitch. Jackson Keller, the junior, 5 2/3 innings pitched this past spring, allowed 6 hits and 4 runs, issued 4 walks, and struck out 6. The opening night starter for Joe Lincoln's O'Fallon Hoots, and that pitch is going to be fouled away again. Talk about being a leadoff hitter. You got to be tough, and that's what Spencer Nivens has done here to start off this ball game.
How about an epic battle to get things started? This will be the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Nivens fighting Keller pitch for pitch.
Great leadoff hitter Nivens, signed to play at Missouri State. And the offering, he struck him out to start off this one. Throw it around the horn and rung him up. A good leadoff at-bat, but eventually Jackson Keller prevails for strike 3. The batter's now Jimmy Obertop, the designated hitter. Wasn't a part of the squad yesterday. An addition to the Cornbelters lineup today. The powerful hitting right-handed hitter didn't go around on the first offering. So a ball, no strikes, and 1 out. After Nivens struck out to lead off this ball game. Obertop swinging on the second pitch, and it's popped up into center. Krogman is camped under it, And he catches it for the second out of the inning, so 2 up and 2 down. Jackson Keller working nicely here to lead off opening night for the O'Fallon Hoots. Kyle Vance now digs into the box. Kyle Vance put the bat to the ball yesterday a little bit, did a nice job out there, swinging it from the right side. The Tiffin University, former Holt High School standout athlete, spent some time at Jefferson College as well before transferring to Tiffin. Painting the black for strike 1 is Jackson Keller. Here in the top of the first inning, a beautiful evening, Shane. It's baseball weather, a little hot and humid.
It was hot and humid when we got here, but it's starting to cool off a little bit. Beautiful night.
And Vance gets a single to the right side. An outstretched Lampros couldn't get to that one, so that goes down as a single. And now Carter Mize will come up, clean up hitter here for Joey Hawkins. So runner on first, Kyle Vance, and now Carter Mize.
Vance on another single here. Drove in the first runs in Carshill Collegiate League history. A 2 RBI single yesterday. Right about where he hit that one, just over the second baseman.
Keller comes set from the stretch. 2 outs. And he misses low on the first pitch. 1 ball and no strikes to the left-handed hitter, Carter Mize. Runner at first is Kyle Vance. And taking a lead, getting held on by Dunham. As this Hoots squad in its first action, you've now seen parts of all 6 teams here in the Carshill Collegiate League showcase some of their talents on the beautiful turf here at Carshill Field so far. The Hoots, the last team to show so, but they've witnessed the biggest crowd so far as fans are welcoming the home team, the O'Fallon Hoots. Keller kicks, and that ball's hit to the right side coming in on it, but it bounces one time before Young can get it. Station to station, moving right along as Vance goes to second, and Mize gets a knock. He'll go to first, and now Zach Friedling will come up the shortstop.
That's a nice pick-me-up there for Mr. Mize. He struggled yesterday, 0 for 4, but a nice base hit to get things rolling here in the first, and the Cornbelters have a runner in scoring position.
Zach Freeling, a St. Louis University Billiken, trying to get on the board first here against Jackson Keller, who misses fires on that first pitch. 1 ball and no strikes. With 2 outs and 2 on for Freeling. Swinging it from the right side, the 5'11 junior from the Chicago area. Playing at St. Louis University, and he gets a hit to the left side. Hawkins is going to hold up the runner, Vance, at third. So 3 straight hits for the Cornbelters, now coming up to the plate in a key situation here in the top of the first inning. Brother of the runner at second base, Drew Mize. So Drew Mize will try to do some damage. He has a great opportunity to do so, but likewise, Jackson Keller has an opportunity to keep a clean sheet here in the top of the first inning. Bases loaded and 2 outs. No score here so far, and Drew Mize steps into the box, the center fielder. First pitch missed upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes.
After Keller got those first 2 men out to start this inning, you think it might be a quick 1, 2, 3 inning, but hold your horses as the Cornbelters with 3 straight hits.
3 straight singles, station to station to station as they move around the base paths, and now the bases are full of Cornbelters as that ball is chopped away. Now 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 down. The on-deck hitter is Josh Cook. So Drew Mize looking to do some damage here in the top of the first inning on opening night. Drew Mize swinging it from the right side. Keller takes a look at the runner and paints the black for strike 2. So now a ball and 2 strikes. Keller has an opportunity, 1 strike away from working out of a bases-loaded jam after getting the first 2 hitters of the inning out with efficiency. 3 straight singles have caused him to work with some stress. But can he get out of it? The 1-2 pitch as he steps off and recalibrate with his catcher, Ty Stouse.
Big pitch coming up here. 1-2 count, a chance to strand. The bases loaded for Keller. A chance for Mize to come through for the Cornbelters.
Swung and So it looks like it was swung on, called strike 3. And that's a weird end to the inning. Drew Mize was a little confused. We were as well, but swung on strike 3. And it's a drop third strike, but it was thrown down to first by Stouse. So that's how the inning will end. So a couple quick outs, but then 3 singles caused the bases to be loaded. Mize ends the inning with a strikeout on the drop third. So Keller works out of a bases loaded jam. No score as we head to the bottom half of the first inning. Code Ninjas O'Fallon is located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing at 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon at the intersection of Highway K and N. Kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of our sensei instructors. They will start at white belt to go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session to try it out. Kids have fun and parents see results. Call 636-851-9634. That's 636-851-9634. As we're getting ready here for the bottom of the first inning, now on the mound is the hard-throwing right-hander, number 29 for the Cornbelters, Tyson James. Tyson James, Webster Groves High School is where he spent his time. Now a commit to the University of Iowa. Hard-throwing right-hander, towing the rubber right now as Bastunas, the third baseman for Joe Lincoln, leading things off.
That's from your neck of the woods, Webster Groves.
Yeah, a little bit, as Tyson James is going to have a little bit of an unconventional thing you see. He needs a little communication after the warm-up pitches happen, so not on the same page to start the game, but you can know that this is kind of normal with pitchers not maybe knowing the repertoire or knowing what a pitcher may like, but getting on the same page before we get things rolling. Here in the bottom of the first inning, no score so far as Jackson Keller worked out of a jam. Bases were loaded with 2 outs, but he got an out. Tyson James' first pitch missed upstairs, a ball and no strikes to the leadoff hitter, Tyler Bastunas. We'll go through the Hoots order. Dominic Cusimano is on deck. Chase Krogman in the hole as Tyson James delivers a 1-0 pitch. It's hit to the right side. Coming up on it is Nivens, throws it over to Mize at first. And 2 pitches, Tyson James gets an out. Continuing on the lineup, after Krogman is Matt Dunham, Colin Bergman, Jamie Young, then Luke Lampros, Zach Krause, and Ty Stouse will round out the order. So James gets an out to start this game. The 4-3, the ground out to the second baseman, Dominic Cusimano now stepping into the box. And that ball's going to hit Cusimano as he'll take a free bag. The hit by pitch, it looked like it hit Cusimano in the foot, swinging it from the left side. So that will now bring up the powerful hitting Chase Krogman, swinging it from the left side. Absolute great power here from Chase Krogman. And the White Sox organization, 34th round MLB draft in 2019, 19-year-old has some power. Tyson James comes set and delivers. Krogman swinging on the first pitch, grounds it to the right side.
And by his freshman year, Chase Krogman, he was committed to Missouri State as a freshman at Wentzville Liberty High School and drafted right out of high school by the White Sox. Elite speed in the outfield, great power, can do it all.
So James comes set. The 0-1 pitch is missed low. So a ball and a strike, 1 out and 1 on for Chase Krogman, the 3-hole. Has some great power playing some professional baseball. Swinging it from the left side. Has a great arm in the outfield, manning center field today for Joe Lincoln as well as he fouls that one off to the left side. So now a 2-strike count for Tyson James. Tyson James stands 6'4", 230 pounds. The hard-throwing righty. We'll see what he goes to here on the 1-2 count. Comes set and delivers. Misses with that pitch a little low as Cook scoops it up. Here at the bottom of the first inning, no score. Shane Holsey, Charlie Bornoff, Will Connerly here with you on CarShield Collegiate League TV. The 2-2 pitch awaits. Runner at first is Dominic Cusimano. Got on via the hit by pitch. That ball's hit to the right side. Krogman has himself a single. Cusimano's going to go from first to third as Woods fires it in from right field. But now runners at the corners for Colin Bergman. So things are brewing. With just one out, Tyson James in a little bit of trouble here in the bottom of the first inning. As Cusimano goes from first to third on the Chase Krogman single. And now, Matt Dunham now coming up the first baseman. Spent some time at Jefferson College. Now a commit to St. Louis University. Was having a great season at Jeffco before the season got cut short due to the coronavirus and the NCAA's decision to stop all activities. James gets ahead on that first pitch. As Dunham swinging it from the left side. A left-handed loaded lineup here, at least early on here for Joe Lincoln. Pitch missed upstairs, so 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and the runners are on the corners here in the bottom of the first inning. James comes set, working with the runners on the corners. Checks twice, and the 1-1 pitch, a little inside. Tyson James was a top 500 prospect by Perfect Game and rated the 16th best player in Missouri, 11th by Prep Baseball Report. Nonetheless, a very successful player. Was someone who was in high school this past spring, but had his high school season with the Statesmen canceled. But had a great junior campaign, a 3-time scholar athlete at Webster Groves High School, playing under Dave Wiggins. A 1.22 ERA as a junior with 78 Ks, just 19 walks over 46 innings, and has a fastball that hits well above 90 miles per hour. Trying to work out of a jam here in the bottom of the first inning with runners on first and third. The runner at first is Chase Krogman, who knocked around Cusimano to third. And in the box is the powerful left-handed hitting first baseman Matt Dunham. Runner takes off, and Dunham swings and chops it away, foul out of play. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. As Dunham battling here against James. Having some good at-bats thus far. Joe Lincoln has to be happy with how his squad has fared. Even Bastunas, although he had the 4-3, the ground out to the second baseman to start this one, it was a great 9-pitch at-bat as James misses low with that pitch and will issue the bases on balls to Dunham. So now this will bring up Colin Bergman. And Colin Bergman has an opportunity to do some damage, a similar situation that Jackson Keller was in with the bases loaded in the top of the first inning. Keller got 2 quick outs and then allowed 3 straight singles with the bases loaded, but then got out of it with no runs allowed. Can Tyson James do the same? Colin Bergman in the box, manning left field today for Joe Lincoln. Bases full of Hoots here in the bottom of the first inning. That ball fouled straight back to the screen. So no balls and a strike.
And Bergman made one heck of a throw out in left field, keeping that run from scoring. Maybe something that gets overlooked. That absolute cannon out in left field. Held the runner at third and kept the Cornbelters off the scoreboard in the top of the first.
James misses low with that one. It goes off the catcher Cook, and 1 run will score. That'll be Dominic Cusimano coming around on the wild pitch. So the wild pitch attributes the run right there. And now runners will move up. Chase Krogman now at third, and Matt Dunham moves up to second. So now runners on second and third. An opportunity to do some damage against right-hander Tyson James. Can he work out of it? 1-0 now as Hoots are on top. The delivery. That pitch missed low. So 2 balls and a strike. 1 down here. The inning started with a ground out. But then a hit-by-pitch single and a walk has brought up Bergman. And the run just scored. Cusimano, who was hit by pitch and scored on the wild pitch. That ball's grounded to the shortstop Friedling. Throws it over to Mize and gets an out. 6-3, but an RBI for Bergman. That will now bring up number 14, the right fielder, Jamie Young. So Jamie Young still has an opportunity with a couple outs to drive in a runner in scoring position, but good job by Tyson James to induce the ground ball and at least limit some of that potential damage. As Chase Krogman came around to score, Matt Dunham staying at second base. Colin Bergman getting the RBI on the ground out. As James misses low on that fastball. Jamie Young, the right fielder. James coming set. Taking a peek at Dunham at second base. And delivers the pitch and gets it over for a strike. A couple runs plated here in the bottom of the first inning. First time the home Hoot fans have seen the Hoots come to the plate. They've been impressed with a couple runs scored in the bottom frame here of the first inning. James delivers, and that pitch is missed low. But a good scoop up by Cook to start that one, to save that one from Dunham advancing to third base, scooping the fastball off of the turf here at CarShield Field. Two nothing the score. Hoots looking for more.
All right there, Dr. Seuss.
Pitch missed low. We got Shane Holsey in the press box with Charlie Bornoff doing some production. He's done a great job so far. Pulled him off the roster to come up and help us out as the pitch is upstairs. And now full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Jamie Young swinging it from the right side, playing right field. Swung on and missed, and James gets out of it. But not before the Hoots score 2. We send it to the second inning. 2-0, Hoots on top. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, metals, batteries, electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Meltronics recycler since 1996. Jackson Keller out for another inning of work. He worked out of a 2-out bases-loaded jam. He retired the first 2 hitters he faced, but then allowed 3 straight singles as the Cornbelters went station to station to station to load up the bases, but eventually struck Drew Mize out to end the jam. Now here in the top of the second inning, Keller works again. Ball's chopped away. The hitter in the box is Josh Cook. Jackson Keller working, facing one of his collegiate teammates, Josh Cook. As that ball's missed inside, they both play at Missouri Baptist. A lot of players in this league from Missouri Baptist, something we saw. Missouri Baptist, a school that's well represented. Likewise, Harris Stowe. A handful of players from Mizzou as well. So this ball's hit to left, and it has a chance. It's way gone. A home run for the Cornbelters, number 10. Josh Cook trots around the base paths, and he cuts into the deficit. Now 2-1 is the score, as the Cornbelters just trail by 1. That had no doubt off the bat of Josh Cook. And he takes Jackson Keller deep. No shortage of home runs today. Shane, we've seen some great bombs today from these athletes. And now another athlete who's very capable of hitting it out of the yard, Desmond Woods, the powerful right fielder, wearing number 23. Plays at Maryville University. Had a couple of starts for the Great Lakes Valley Conference School as he takes ball 1. So a ball and no strikes and no outs as Josh Cook led off the inning with a home run to left field. Keller working quickly again. Woods grounds it to the left side. Coming up to get it and throwing it over to Dunham at first is Tyler Bestunas. A nice play on the hot corner to get the first out of the inning. But Desmond Woods gets retired. He gets down the line pretty quickly as well, but not quick enough as Bestunas made a nice play to come up and get that ball. You know, the hops on this turf are going to be pretty true. You're not going to have like the lips that you have sometimes on dirt fields. So that's one thing that's good for pitchers. The caveat to that is sometimes the ball can travel a little quicker, but a good job by Bestunas to come up and get that ball to throw it over. The hitter in the box now is DJ Schmidt. He takes the first pitch for a ball. A ball and no strikes, 1 out here. As Josh Cook has put the Cornbelters on the board here in this inning. That ball is perfectly placed by Jackson Keller. Throws an arm side fastball to even the count at a ball and a strike. DJ Schmidt in the box, swinging it from the left side. The 1-1 pitch from Keller. Taken for strike 2. Keller working both sides of the plate in this at-bat. And has a good advantage on the count. Now a ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch comes inside and nicked DJ Schmidt. So he'll go on via the hit by pitch. Up 1-2 in the count. But Keller ends up hitting DJ Schmidt. And that will now flip the lineup back to the top. Now Spencer Nivens, who started this game off with a strikeout, will come back up here in the second. So DJ Schmidt gets on via the hit by pitch, and Spencer Nivens, the second baseman, comes up again. Another left-handed hitter, back-to-back lefties for Joey Hawkins. This ball's hit to the left side, ranging over is Cusimano. Throws it over to Lampros for 1, but can't get it to Dunham in time for 2 as he did to come up the line to get that throw. So getting on via the 6'4 fielder's choice. But now Jimmy Overtop, a Division I athlete, coming up to hit it from the right side. As the score here in the top of the second inning is 2-1 after Josh Cook touched them all on a home run here to lead off this inning against Jackson Keller. Can Keller work out of it? He surrendered 4 hits so far. 3 of them were in the first inning, but worked out of a bases-loaded 2-out jam to allow no runs. But to start off the second, Cook took him deep, and now it's 2-1. So Keller looking in and getting the signs as he faces Obertop. Nice pitch as it runs arm side. Good sinking action on Keller's off speed as it comes in for strike 2. So Keller can have his way now. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The runner on first is Spencer Nivens. The 0-2 pitch, hit to the right side. Lampros shading over to get it, throwing it over to Dunham. And the inning is over. Josh Cook touches them all, hits a home run, cuts the Cornbelters deficit in half. 2-1, Hoots lead. We send it to the bottom frame of the second inning. Welcome back here to CarShield Collegiate League TV. Thanks for joining us. Good game on hand so far. There's a couple teams trading runs early. Cornbelters made some noise in the top frame of the first inning, getting 3 runners on, but Jackson Keller worked out of it. But in the bottom frame, in the Hoots' first at-bat here at CarShield Field, they plated a couple of runs against Tyson James, taking advantage of a walk and a hit by pitch. But now James out for his second inning of work, gets ahead with strike 1. Cornbelters in the top frame of here this second inning had a home run from Josh Cook, who's handling James this evening, who throws a slider, who misses wide, so a ball and a strike is the count to the hitter Luke Lampros, playing second base today. He's made some nice plays this evening as that ball's hit and fouled to the backstop.
Lampros, one of those Harris Stowe products you were mentioning, quite a few of those in this league. Out of Chester. Lampros originally out of Chesterfield, Missouri. Plays for the Hornets just down the street from St. Louis High School, or St. Louis University, rather.
As Tyson James throws the breaking ball, but it gets sent right back up the middle. So a good piece of hitting there from Lampros. So Lampros gets on, and now Kraus will come up. So James will go back to the stretch, and the designated hitter, wearing number 13 today for Joe Lincoln, will come up. Nobody out as Lampros leads off the inning with a single on a James breaking ball. Here at the bottom of the second inning, we appreciate you joining us here for the CarShield Collegiate League's presentation of CarShield Collegiate League TV here on YouTube. Cook takes a little peek over at Mize on first base, throws it there just to check on Lampros, the runner at first, but nothing really brewing there. Cook did a good job of gathering that ball, not letting it get past him. So James comes second. 1 ball and no strikes. James delivers. This could be tailor-made for 6-3, and James gets the pitcher's best friend. Roll him up. So 1 pitch and 2 outs. Now the hitter will be Ty Stouse.
Well, not many things prettier in baseball than a tailor-made double play. Smooth turn up the middle, easy double play, about as easy as you're going to get.
James did a good job of locating that fastball low and inside. You want to saw those hands off to try to get that double play, and you can especially get away with that when you have exceptional velocity that can consistently reach above 90 miles an hour. This ball is chopped away. Speaking of sawing off, and he does it again. So James faces the minimum after allowing a single, getting a double play, and then another quick count. We're through 2 here at CarShield Field. You're watching the CarShield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey gives it to you next.
This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Just about set for the top of the third. Shane Holsey, I'll take you through the third, fourth, and fifth innings, and Will Connerly will take you home in the final two innings in the sixth and seventh. Kyle Vance will lead things off for the Cornbelters, a 2-1 lead for the Hoots through 2 innings of play. It'll be Vance, Carter Mize, and Zach Freeling. 3, 4, 5 in the Cornbelters order here in inning number 3. We thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV, opening night for the O'Fallon Hoots here at Car Shield Field. Whoever you are, wherever you are, however you're watching, wherever you're watching, we appreciate you for joining us. That's chop foul for strike one, 1-1 on the right-handed swinging Kyle Vance out of Tiffin University, formerly of Holt High School in Wentzville. He singled and was stranded at third his first time up. Cornbelters left the bases loaded in the first inning. Vance got a 2-out rally started, but 3 straight singles led to a strikeout of Drew Mize. And currently we stand at 2-1. Home run by Josh Cook, the lone tally for the Cornbelters. Swung on and grounded out to short. Dominic Cusimano has some trouble with it, and Vance beats it out. That'll be an E6 on Dominic Cusimano, and Vance reaches first to lead off the inning. First error of the ball game for either side. Charge to Dominic Cusimano, the Hoots shortstop. You see some flashes out there in the center field. There's some subdivisions not too far away from Car Shield Field. They're beyond the center field wall. They're setting off some fireworks. A little early 4th of July celebration going on right down the street. And maybe some fireworks here in Game 2. We definitely saw some fireworks in Game 1. Plenty of offense to go around. 24 runs scored in a 14-10 victory for the Falcons over the Cavemen. And a 2-1 ball game here in the third. With nobody out and a runner on first, Kyle Vance. Two 2-0 the count on Carter Mize. He singled and was stranded at second. Back in the first 0 for 4 day yesterday, but got a hit in his first at-bat here today. His brother Drew playing center field, hitting sixth. He's in the hole. Swung on a big hack by Mize and popped straight back and out of play. You may think that's a 2-0 swing, but that's his swing no matter what the count. You won't see Carter Mize get cheated ever at the plate, especially in a 2-0 count. Kyle Vance on first after the error by Cusimano, representing the tying run here in the top of the third. And Mize looks at strike 2. Keller comes back with a couple of strikes to even it at 2-2. Keller Shakes off his catcher, now gets his sign. And the 2-2. Swung on and missed, got him with the breaking ball. A punch out for Keller, his third rather. Here with one out here in the third. Mize is 1 for 2, and that brings in the shortstop, Zach Freeling. Keller looking for the double play to get him out of the inning after the error by Cusimano. Inside, almost clipped him. Right around the belt. And it misses for ball 1. To the shortstop, Freeling singled with 2 away in the first and was stranded there. Keller, the kick and the pitch, and it hit him that time. Almost hit him the first time and did the job there. And the go-ahead run is on base for the Cornbelters. And that brings in Carter's brother, Drew Mize. Drew in center field. Did not get in the Cornbelters game yesterday, but starting in center field here tonight. A chance of Drew raining out from the Cornbelters fans or Mize fans, and Mize rips that one into left center, but Krogman gets a great jump on it and puts it away for out number 2. Krogman had him shaded slightly towards the left center field gap, and he got a good read off the bat and puts it away for the second out. So now runners on first and second. For the catcher, Josh Cook, he homered to lead off the second inning. The lone run for the Cornbelters, and he's got a chance to drive in some more here with 2 away in the third. Inside, and it hits him. The second hit by pitch by Keller this inning. Mound visit here for Keller. Try to calm him down just a little bit. A couple of hit by pitches. And an error this inning. Now with 2 away and the base is loaded. Now what do you tell Keller here with 2 away, bases loaded, Will?
Well, he's probably going to ask how he feels because obviously it feels like he has lost a grip. There's also action out in the Hoots bullpen, so maybe they will deploy someone quickly, but Lincoln telling him here, hey, you worked out of a bases-loaded jam in the first inning. You can do it again. This is his second time pitching with the bases loaded, and it kind of forces a pitcher to throw strikes because you have no place to put them. And the control has been a little off this inning with a couple of hit by pitches from Keller. But he needs to dig deep down like he did in the first inning here in the third.
Head coach Joe Lincoln has a word with Keller, and now Keller delivers ball 1 to the right fielder Desmond Woods, brother of Tommy Woods, also playing in this league for the Eagles. Very fine third baseman. Desmond Woods playing right field here tonight for the Cornbelters. Woods out of right here in St. Louis, McClure North High School, 6'1", 190 pounds. He looks at strike 2. 1-2, Keller's 1 strike away from getting out of this inning unscathed. Desmond Woods played in the Metro League last summer. As I mentioned, his brother Tommy actually plays on the Gems. My apologies, as he swings and misses. And for the second time, the Cornbelters leave the bases loaded. And we head to the bottom of the third. Hoots coming to bat. They lead it 2-1. Set to start the bottom of the third, a 2-1 Hoots lead. Due up for the Hoots will be the third baseman, Tyler Bastunas, to lead things off. He'll be followed by Dominic Cusimano and Chase Krogman. Bastunas, a 4-3 ground out to get things started for the Hoots in the first inning. 1-2-3 in the Hoots order as they try to add on to their 2-1 lead, still facing the hard-throwing right-hander out of Webster Groves, Tyson James. First pitch to Bastunas, just a bit low and away for ball one. Here comes the 1-0. That misses up and away. 2-0 to Cusimano. Currently at Indiana State in the Missouri Valley Conference. NCAA Division I. Sycamores were 8-6 before coronavirus put a halt to the college baseball season. Cusimano, 5'10", 175 pounds from right here in St. Louis. Attended Westminster Christian Academy. My apologies, I was reading my notes incorrectly, had the wrong player there. Bastunas. At SIUE, I was reading the next hitter, Cusimano. Swung on and missed. Bastunas goes down on strikes, and now that brings in the Indiana State Sycamore, Dominic Cusimano.
Tardy on that one. Talk about high cheese right there. He climbed the ladder with the fastball. And James just said, here's my fastball, try and hit it.
One away here in the third for Cusimano. Hit by a pitch and scored the first run of the game for the Hoots. First run in O'Fallon Hoots history. And James steps off, a 1-0 count to Dominic Cusimano out of Indiana State. And there's strike one right down the middle, 1-1. Swung on and missed. Cusimano, a .318 hitter at Westminster his senior season. Swung on and grounded out to second. And on to first for out number two, Nivens. Two batters, two outs for Tyson James here in inning number 3. Making quick work of the first two hitters in the Hoots order. And Krogman skies one into center. Drew Mize is underneath it. And a 1-2-3 bottom of the third for Tyson James. And we head to the top of the fourth. Hoots lead at 2-1. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. DJ Schmidt leads things off for the Cornbelters, facing Jackson Keller. Schmidt was hit by a pitch and retired on a fielder's choice back in the second. The 1-0 swung on and missed. Keller hit his spot there on the outside corner, and Schmidt swung right through it. Schmidt out of Missouri Baptist University. Swung on and chopped foul for strike two. 1-2 count to the Cornbelter center fielder, or left fielder rather. 9-1-2 for the Cornbelters here in the top of the fourth. He'll be followed by Spencer Nevins and Jimmy Obertop. Pitch from Keller, swung on and missed. A strikeout to begin the fourth inning, one away. Fifth punch out of the game for Keller. That brings in the leadoff hitter, Spencer Nivens. 0 for 2 on the ball game. Batting out of the leadoff spot for the second straight day. For Joey Hawkins' Cornbelter squad. The 1-0 from Keller, right down the middle, strike one. Spencer Nivens out of Rockbridge High School. Very, very good speed. Clocked at a sub 6.7. He'll get to show it off here, and he beats out the infield single. That 6.7, 60-yard dash speed coming in handy there on the infield single. And the Missouri State University signee reaches on the infield single with one away, representing the tying run. That brings in the designated hitter, Jimmy Obertop, originally from St. Louis, currently at the University of Michigan up in Ann Arbor. Out of Westminster Christian Academy, home of the Matheny brothers. Many a fine baseball player coming out of Westminster. And Obertop, just another one on that list. $11 games this year at the University of Michigan for Obertop. 10 starts. .265 hitter, .375 on base. 3 doubles and a couple RBIs. His first career hit was against number 2 Vanderbilt. It was a double. So Obertop is used to facing some of the best competition in the country, playing in the Big Ten with the University of Michigan. Serving as the designated hitter this evening for the Cornbelters. Spencer Nivens on first after the infield single. Swung on and roped out to short, and Cusimano can't come up with it. That'll go as another infield single for Obertop. He's 1 for 3. And the tying run moves into scoring position for the number 3 hitter, Kyle Vance. Joe Lincoln will go to his bullpen. We'll have a new pitcher for the Hoots to tell you about. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back with you. You're watching Carshield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. After Jackson Keller works 3 1/3, the new pitcher for the Hoots, it's the hard-throwing right-hander out of Central Arkansas, Tyler Cleveland. 6 appearances for UCA this year. 7 innings pitched as a redshirt freshman. An all-state selection at Sheridan High School in Sheridan, Arkansas in 2017 and 2018. He will work to Kyle Vance with runners on first and second and 1 away here in the top of the 4th. Carshield Collegiate League Baseball here on CCL TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, thank you for joining us on this beautiful Thursday evening, opening night for the O'Fallon Hoots here at Carshield Field. Tying run out there at second, that's Spencer Nivens, very good speed. Any base hit should score him. And Cleveland and his catcher Ty Stouse will chat things over, get the signs straightened out here with a runner on second. Double play could get him out of the inning. Vance moves pretty well. Big hole on the right side of the infield. And first and second, 1 out. First pitch from Cleveland, swung on and missed. Cleveland has good arm side run on that fastball. Almost a hybrid of a sidearm and 3/4 delivery. Not quite 3/4, but not quite sidearm. And Vance fouls that one away for strike 2. A quick 0-2 count on Kyle Vance. 1 for 2, a single and reached on an error. And Vance has to work with an 0-2 count against the hard-throwing right-hander Tyler Cleveland. Here's the 0-2. Slider got him looking. Vance goes down on 3 pitches. Maybe a little bit outside, but too close to take on 0-2. And Vance goes down for the second out. And that brings in the first baseman, Carter Mize. Mize 1 for 2 on the day, a single and a strikeout. He's got Nivens out there at second. The Cornbelters have already stranded the bases loaded twice, and now have runners on first and second and are in danger of stranding a couple more, unless Mize can come through with a big hit here. 1-0, that pitch a little bit down and away. Carter Mize started all 19 games at Missouri Baptist this spring. 242 with a home run, a couple of doubles, and 9 driven in for the Spartans. Two and two the count. The payoff pitch from Cleveland. In there, strike two. It was 2-1 before that pitch. Two and one the count, my bad. We're having some issues. We got 2 or 3 different counts on 2 or 3 different scoreboards. The 2-1. Outside, 3-1. Tyler Cleveland working to Carter Mize with 2 runners on and 2 away. 1 away. Carter Mize looking to deliver a 2-out RBI here. Swung on and lifted to straightaway center. Krogman back to the track, to the wall, and he makes the catch. Carter Mize gave it a ride, but Chase Krogman runs it down near the flagpole out there in center field. And we're halfway done here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Hoots on top, 2-1. You're watching Carshield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Well, the runners didn't go, so it's probably 3-1. It was 3-1. Who is it? Is it 31? Parks? Is that who it is? Can you tell? New pitcher for the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the 4th. Replacing Tyson James as the left-hander out of SIUE, Rob Parks, 6'2", 185 pounds. 7 appearances this spring. 11 strikeouts, 4 walks, multiple strikeouts in 5 of his 7 appearances this year. Prior a member of the Lynx of LU Lindenwood University, Belleville. 52 innings with the Lynx prior to joining the Cougars of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. He faces Matt Dunham to lead things off here in the 4th. 4, 5, and 6, Dunham, Bergman, and Young for the Hoots as they lead this one 2-1. And Dunham rips that one into right. Woods will play it off the wall. Dunham heading to second, a wide turn, and he scoots on back to first with a hard hit single off the wall.
Picks up where he left off at Jeffco. He was tearing it up, and a Division I commit to SLU out of Jeffco turned on it. Powerful left-handed hitter.
Big power, big exit velocity off the bat of Matt Dunham, and he's held to a single. Desmond Woods played it pretty well off that left field wall. Not easy to be a right fielder here at Car Shield Field. That big wall to contend with. Not a lot of room out there, but that wall can impose some challenges in playing balls off the wall.
Yeah, you got to be ready to, and especially in these nightcaps, if you don't take IO and you can't necessarily gauge how it's going to play off that wall. So definitely a good job by Woods, who has great range.
And now the slew product, Colin Bergman, with a runner on first and nobody out. A 2-0 count. Big swing and a miss. Bergman with the Billikens this season as a freshman. 11 games, started 5. 3 of his 4 hits going for extra bases. And he goes down swinging right there. First strikeout for Rob Parks. And 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th. That brings in the right-handed swinging Jamie Young. First pitch to Young. Gets away momentarily from Cook, but he smothers it. And holds Dunham at first with 1 away. Rob Parks looking for the double play to get him out of this inning. And keep the score at 2-1. Swung on and missed, and Young lost the bat. I think he was trying to hold up on that swing, and as he did so, the bat slipped out of his hands. Hot night, hot and humid night here at Car Shield Field. And we get a little more pine tar on that bat. Hands probably a little sweaty, bat a little slippery. And a 1-2 count. Matt Dunham leads off first with 1 away. Jamie Young at the plate. Swung on and missed. Second strikeout of the inning for Rob Parks. And with 2 away, that brings in the Harris Stowe product, Luke Lampros. Lampros reached on a single and was erased on a double play back in the second. Inside. Dunham thought about going down to second, but thought better of it. Retreats to first. Two away here in the bottom of the second, or bottom of the 4th rather. 2-1 Hoots. 2-0 the count on Zach Krause, or Luke Lampros rather. Second baseman. Short lead at first by Matt Dunham. He takes off, swung on and missed. The throw down from Cook is high and scoots on into center field, a stolen base for Matt Dunham. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Appreciate the O'Fallon Family YMCA for their partnership here in this Car Shield Collegiate League season here in the summer of 2020. 2-1 the count on Luke Lampros. Now with a runner in scoring position after the stolen base by Matt Dunham. And now a 3-1 count, good hitters count here for the right-handed swinging second baseman out of Harris Stowe State. The 3-1 from Parks, swung on and missed, strike 2. Full count to Lampros. Chance to drive in a 2-out run and double the Hoots lead if he can find a hole here. The full count offering inside. He walked him. He reaches first with 2 away, and that brings in the designated hitter, Zach Kraus. Grounded into a double play, his first time at the plate. A Fort Zumwalt West graduate steps in with runners on first and second with 2 away in the inning. And that's grounded through the right side and through for a base hit. Woods comes up charging. Dunham on his way to the plate. The throw is in time. A strike from Desmond Woods. And Matt Dunham is cut down at the plate. Absolutely perfect throw from Woods to cut down Dunham at the plate for the third out.
Cannon.
Absolutely perfect throw. Josh Cook slaps the tag on Dunham, and that ends the bottom of the fourth inning. We head to the top of the fifth. We stay at a 2-1 ball game. Hoots on top. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Tyler Cleveland back out for the Hoots, holding on to a 2-1 lead as we head to the top of the fifth. No runs scored since the top of the second. The home run by Josh Cook. And we stand at 2-1 here in the top of inning number 5. As Zach Freeling looks at strike one on a breaking ball from Tyler Cleveland. 5, 6, and 7, Freeling, Drew Mize, and Josh Cook due up for the Cornbelters as they try to fight their way back. Down 2-1. And a 2-strike count to the Cornbelters. Shortstop was hit by a pitch. Back in the third. The 0-2 from Cleveland. Breaking ball outside corner, got him looking. Another strikeout for Cleveland, that's his third. Or his second, rather, in a full inning of work. And that brings in the center fielder, Drew Mize. He's struck out and has been hit by a pitch. He looks at a ball inside. 1-0 from the center fielder from right here in O'Fallon, Fort Zumwalt West High School, 6 foot, 175 pounds. Currently at Lindenwood University, appeared in 6 games as a freshman for the Lions this spring. First team all GAC and all district as a senior for the Jaguars of Fort Zumwalt West. Very good eye at the plate, posted a .548 on-base percentage for the Jaguars as a senior. And that's chopped to short. Cusimano plays it on a couple of hops and fires over to first for the second out. So 4 straight outs out of the bullpen for Tyler Cleveland. And he'll face the man who's driven in the only run for the Cornbelters, Josh Cook. A homer out to left field, almost cleared the bleachers out in left field. Hit the top row of the bleachers.
A bomb.
We've seen I'd say minus the home run, the very first home run by Turnbow, just about every home run we've seen has been an absolute bomb as Cook is hit for the second time in a row.
So you hit a home run, and then maybe the option is hit by a pitch a couple of times. As that's better than touching all 4, Shane. But when you talk about the home runs, another one that might get lost in the shuffle is Schallenberger's home run that hit the visiting clubhouse. That happened when the game was well out of reach and earlier in the first part of this doubleheader.
Thought it might clear that shed out there. That ball was absolutely crushed.
Yeah, but there was great offense to be had in that first game. You talk about 14 runs scored by Josh Kiesel's squad in their first game.
And Desmond Woods, who cut down a run at the plate to end the bottom of the 4th, hits with a runner on and 2 away here in the top of the 5th. Tying run on base after the hit by pitch of Josh Cook. 1-1 the count to Desmond Woods, and that's inside, ball 2. Woods, 10 games started as a true freshman for Maryville this season. Metro League All-Star last summer.
And a very strong arm, as we saw last inning.
There's a reason he's in right field. The 2-1 from Cleveland, up and away, 3-1. Cleveland in danger of putting the tying run in scoring position. Woods 0 for 2 tonight, a ground out and a strikeout. And there's strike 2. 6 hits in the ball game for the Cornbelters, 4 for the Hoots.
Just caught the corner there, Shane.
Cleveland steals a strike, and now the runner on first, Cook, will be in motion here on a full count with 2 away. The 3-2 swung on and hit to center field. That's a can of corn for Chase Krogman. And he puts it away for the 3rd out. A scoreless inning for Tyler Cleveland. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Hoots still on top, 2-1. New pitcher for the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the fifth. It's the right-hander from Effingham, Illinois, Braden Bone, 6'2", 175 pounds. Retained a year of eligibility after having his senior season cut short at SIUE this spring. Has worked solely out of the bullpen for the Cougars. He was really pitching well before the shutdown. 6 scoreless appearances, striking out 10, and converting on a couple of save opportunities. Control issues have plagued him a little bit throughout his college career, but he has nasty swing and miss stuff. Almost 12 strikeouts per 9 in 3 years at SIUE.
Leading off for the Hoots, catcher number 7,
Ty Stouse will lead things off. He's an SIUE commit, so SIUE, SEMO commit rather. I got my local Division I schools mixed up a little bit there. Hope you cut me some slack. Ty Stouse out of Wildwood, Missouri. Will play for the Red Hawks in 2021. One and two the count on the left-handed hitting catcher Ty Stouse. Grounded out to third in his lone plate appearance so far tonight. That ended the bottom of the second. Just one hit for the Hoots since then. Drop third strike and Cook on to first for out number one here in the bottom of the second, or bottom of the fifth. I keep seeing the 2 on the scoreboard out there and saying the bottom of the second. It's the bottom of the fifth. One away here for Tyler Bastunas at third base tonight. 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout thus far. Facing Braden Bone and a nasty off-speed pitch there. Pulled the string on him for strike one. Swung on a miss, strike two, another off-speed pitch, this time in the dirt. And Bastunas swung and missed for strike two. 0-2 count. SIUE against SIUE here. Bastunas against Bone. Swung on and missed, and Bone gets the better of him. A 3-pitch strikeout, back-to-back strikeouts for the nasty right-hander, Braden Bone.
shortstop number 1, Dominic Cusimano.
That brings in the shortstop. Dominic Cusimano was hit by a pitch and scored in the first, grounded out to second in the third. That pitch misses up high for ball one. Cusimano, the Indiana State Sycamore, awaiting the 1-0 from Braden Bone. That's lifted into left field. And back to retrieve it is DJ Schmidt. A 1-2-3, bottom of the fifth for Braden Bone. Will Connolly will take you home in the final 2 innings of tonight's doubleheader. Top of the sixth coming up. Hoots lead it 2-1. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996.
Now Cleveland on the mound here in the top of the sixth inning. 2-1, Hoots have the lead, and Cleveland trying to hang on to it. DJ Schmidt, the batter in the box, swings on the first pitch. No balls, one strike. As DJ Schmidt leading off the top of the sixth inning for the Cornbelters, who trail by a run. Jackson Keller started off this game for the Hoots, went 3 1/3, surrendered 6 hits and 1 earned, and had 5 strikeouts. Got pulled in the fourth inning after getting 1 out, but allowed a couple of singles. Joe Lincoln went to the pen, and Cleveland got out of there with ease. Worked the fifth inning clean as well. And now starting the sixth as DJ Schmidt fouls that one off to the left side. Now no balls and 2 strikes as Cleveland works. The right-hander, Tyler Cleveland, University of Central Arkansas, pulls the string, and DJ Schmidt swings through the changeup. So the first out of the inning is Cleveland, who gets the strikeout, his 3rd strikeout in relief this evening. Now Spencer Nivens into the box as the Cornbelters look to get things going here in the top of the sixth inning. They trailed 2-1, and they had some late inning heroics we talked about last game. So we know Joey Hawkins can have his squad rally late in the game. They were down 6-3 to the Cavemen, but plated a couple of runs in that 7th inning yesterday. Now down 2-1, another nail-biter here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. The left-handed hitter chops it out of play towards the Hoots dugout.
In that game yesterday, the Cornbelters actually got the go-ahead run into scoring position. They had 2nd and 3rd, but could not capitalize and bring in the go-ahead run and drop the inaugural game of the Car Shield Collegiate League 6-5.
Cleveland misses low with that pitch. So 1 away. Cleveland got his 3rd strikeout after the left fielder DJ Schmidt struck out to start this inning. Cleveland gets a breaking ball over for a strike there. And the Cornbelters looking to get some base runners moving as they trail by a run here in the top of the 6th inning. Cleveland delivers. And that ball's hit. Popped up. Bastunas is under it and tracks back towards the bullpen to make the catch. Good range there. Backtracking to his right side to catch that in foul territory towards the left side. So 2 away, 2 up, 2 down as Cleveland is working on a clean top of the 6th inning, but he'll have to face the Michigan standout athlete from Westminster Christian Academy, Jimmy Obertop, before he can get through the top of the 6th inning as he's in the box now and throws the slider as it misses a little outside. Cleveland likes starting hitters off with that breaking ball, and the umpire's been generous when he's been able to get it over, but right there it was a little too far off the plate as Cleveland gets ready for the 1-0. Goes back to the breaking ball, and Obertop fouls it back. Good command of that breaking ball you like to see out of pitchers who can showcase a couple of pitches in their arsenal that they can consistently command. It definitely bodes well for being a relief pitcher that can throw multiple pitches to go multiple innings. As Obertop rifles that one to the right side. And we'll get on with a single. The number 26, Obertop. University of Michigan product. Now gets on the base pass. Third baseman Kyle Vance comes up. Cleveland now works in the stretch, and the tying run is on base for the Cornbelters. Cleveland looking to hold as Lincoln deployed in the right field. Bullpen for the Hoots, you see some activity going on, so you see who potentially could come in for the final inning of this one. All these games are 7 innings long here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Who could potentially close it out in this one-run game. But the Cornbelters have something to say about it. Do they have a 2-out rally? It doesn't look like it. Ground to third base, thrown over to first, and out. After getting back down on the bag was Dunham. He climbed the elevator to go get that one, but got back down on the pillow before Vance could get there. So 2-1 the score. Hoots still on top. You're watching CCL TV. Hayden House now takes the mound. 6'2", 190-pound redshirt junior from Independence, Missouri. In 2019, appeared in 13 games for Maryville. Had an ERA of 4.80 over 15 innings, allowed 17 hits and 6 walks while striking out 11. And had 1 win, no losses on the mound. And now getting deployed for Joey Hawkins' Cornbelters squad, who trails by a run here. In the bottom of the 6th inning we go as the Hoots come to the plate. Chase Krogman, Matt Dunham, and Colin Bergman, a powerful 3-4-5. The heart of the order up for the Hoots here in the 6th inning. So Hayden House, the submarine pitcher, looking to do some work and keep the deficit where it's at for the Cornbelters, looking to hold while the Hoots look for some insurance runs as we're towards the latter stages of this one. House pitched 5 2/3 innings here in 2020 before the season was disrupted. Had an ERA of 9.53, did have a save credited to his name, and had 5 strikeouts. And he works quickly. Here to get 1 out, so quickly on the mound, a new pitcher gets an out right away. And Krogman gets settled down. Krogman, a hitter who had a single, but then got retired in his next 2. Had a single in his first at-bat, but then was retired the next 2 at-bats. But he's someone to definitely watch out for. Has great power. But now Dunham is up. Had a single that hit the big wall in right field last time. So 1 away, nobody on here. In the bottom of the 6th inning. Hoots up 2-1, looking to add to their lead as the shift is on Dunham. Mize playing in a normal position, a little deep. Nivens as well, but Freeling, the shortstop, kind of almost even, just a little to the left side of second base. But then Vance playing normally at third, so Freeling moved up behind the bag to the left-handed hitter. Typically pulls the baseball. Showcased in that last at-bat he had, lining the ball to the big wall in right field here at CarShield Field. Hoots have scored 2 runs on 4 hits. But the same hits haven't been as helpful for the Cornbelters. They've had 7 hits, but just have plated 1 run and have a 2-1 deficit that Hayden House is trying to hold on to right now. The redshirt junior was competing at Maryville this past season. Rifled down the left field line and out of play from Dunham. Dunham played at Jeffco. Another nail-biter here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Here on opening night. But as Dunham takes the free pass, he'll get on base as the Hoots look to get some insurance runs. But be sure to join us tomorrow. Fireworks and Charles Glenn Anthem performance tomorrow. So if you can't make it to CarShield Field, we'll have the game for you on YouTube. That's a 5:30 doubleheader. We'll be live at 5:30 on the stream for both games. Shane Holsey and myself, Will Connerly, along with Charlie Bornoff. All season long, we're enjoying bringing you baseball to your homes. However you may be watching this stream, as the first pitch is missed for a ball, 1-0 count with 1 out and 1 on to Colin Bergman. That pitch missed low. So 2 balls and no strikes as Bergman looks to move the line along, advance Dunham, and try to get some insurance runs. As the Hoots have some action in the bullpen. They need 3 outs without allowing the Cornbelters to score to conceal their first home victory here for the O'Fallon Hoots at opening night. But another hit by pitch here in this game. We've seen a lot of hit by pitches, just general observation, Shane, here just in the first couple of days of the CarShield Collegiate League.
That's just a matter of pitchers still trying to find their form. They haven't thrown for a very long time, at least in a live game scenario. So it's going to take a little bit for them to get the handle on the baseball. It's also it's a hot night. The ball is slick. Your hands are slick. Easy to have a pitch or two get away from you.
So first pitch is swung on. Nasty breaking pitch from House. The next pitch swung through again as Jamie Young now in an 0-2 hole. No balls and 2 strikes, 1 down and 2 on to the right-handed hitting right fielder Jamie Young, wearing number 14 for the Hoots. As Hayden House comes set, gives a look to Dunham at second and delivers the pitch. It's going to be missed outside. The breaking pitch broke a little too much, started it towards the middle of the plate and broke to the left-handed hitter's batting box. The hitter on deck is Luke Lampros. And in the hole is Zach Krause, the designated hitter. With 1 away for the Hoots here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Swung through that one, so set down on strikes is Jamie Young for the 3rd time this evening. All of them have been swinging, and now Luke Lampros comes up. They're playing second base today for the O'Fallon Hoots, who have welcomed the fans here. They've seen a show, and they're hopefully hoping to see a Hoots victory for all the home Hoots fans. They've been anticipating baseball returning to CarShield Field here in 2020, the summer of 2020. So 3 more outs the Hoots need, but they're looking to extend on that now as Joe Lincoln sees his squad battling at the plate. Can they score some more with 2 outs, or will Hayden House get the job done, leaving the runners on base? And the Cornbelters, they didn't have lack of opportunity. They left a ton of runners on base. They had multiple bases-loaded opportunities in this game that kind of was wiped away. They had 7 hits, but only 1 run to show for it. They left 7 runners on base just in the first 3 innings. In the first and third, had bases-loaded opportunities that they couldn't really fully capitalize on.
And can you imagine if Josh Cook's home run would come with a couple runners on base. We'd be talking about a whole different ball game.
Well, the 2 innings in the first and the third when they had the bases loaded, those aren't even the innings that they scored. They scored no runs those innings, just the Cook. And so they've had hits, and they get them together, but then haven't been able to manufacture those hits with runners in scoring position today.
And the polar opposite of what we saw in Game 1.
My goodness.
Offense all over the place, and now a 2-1 ball game in the 6th.
A 2-1 ball game. And peeking towards the top frame of the 7th inning, Carter Mize, Zach Freeling, and Drew Mize. I believe Carter Mize started that rally as a strikeout. And now a double play caught in between the base passes. Dunham. And we'll head to the top of 7th. Last chance for the Cornbelters. Mize, Freeling, and Mize up for the Cornbelters next on CCL TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling, 877-258-3601, or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. A new pitcher into the ball game, number 37. Joe Lincoln's squad needs 3 more outs to close things out, and Juan Griffin will be the one to do that, but he'll first have to face Carter Mize, Zach Freeling, and Drew Mize. I believe, and I was mentioning before the closure of the bottom of the 6th inning, Carter Mize was the one who led off that rally in the 7th inning last time. So now we'll see if he's able to start things off again here for the Cornbelters. And Carter Mize in the top of the 7th inning reached on an error against the Cavemen when they were down 6-3. He eventually scored, and they plated a couple of runs, had runners on second and third with nobody out, but couldn't complete that comeback. Carter Mize first pitch swinging. Foul down the right field line, so see if he can't today get on base any way you can. Last time it was an error in the 7th inning. What can he do in the 7th inning now? The first baseman, wearing number 7, played in the St. Louis Metro Collegiate League last summer, was an all-star and MVP of the league with an outstanding summer with the Indians. Couple of guys on this squad actually played with the Indians. DJ Schmidt, Desmond Woods as well, who are all on the Joey Hawkins' squad. The hitter on deck is Zach Freeling, and Drew Mize, Carter Mize's brother, is in the hole. Josh Cook is after that. If anybody gets on, hit a home run back in the second inning, but then was hit by pitch in his next 2 appearances to the plate. So Griffin drops in the strike, so now a ball and 2 strikes to lead off this top of the 7th inning. Do the Cornbelters have life? They want a base runner. They trail here in the top of the 7th, 2-1 to the Hoots, who scored a couple of runs in the bottom of the first inning, but have been quiet ever since, only 4 hits on the day. But are those 2 runs going to be enough? Juan Griffin will be the deciding factor in that. And the hitters of the Cornbelters, we shall see, with the 2-ball, 2-strike count awaiting. Griffin looks in at Stouse for the sign and comes set, working from the stretch with nobody on base. Stouse sets up outside, hitting the spot, but well outside. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Griffin now looking to make a pitch. Important way to start this inning. For the Cornbelters, want to make a chance at a comeback. Griffin coming set. Mize in the box. The 3-2 pitch. Hit to the right side. It's going to be grounded fielded by Lampros, who throws it over to Dunham for the first down. Big 3-2 pitch right there to throw it in there and tie up Mize, who gets settled on the 4-3 first down of the top of the 7th inning. Now Zach Friedling comes up.
That's the most pivotal hitter of the final inning, that leadoff hitter, especially in a 1-run ball game. If you're Griffin, got to make sure you get that leadoff hitter, and he did just that. And now just 2 outs remaining for the Cornbelters, needing a run to stay alive here in the 7th.
Just a couple outs separate the Hoots from their first victory in this Car Shield Collegiate League here at Car Shield Field. Ball missed low on the turf and gets to the backstop. As Zach Freeling settles into the box, taking that pitch for a ball. 1-0 count awaits from number 37, Juan Griffin, who's coming in. He was deployed by Joe Lincoln, manager for the Hoots. Lincoln, former MLB draft pick, on the staff at Missouri State. As Griffin comes set, the 1-0 pitch. Taken for a strike on the corner. And the shortstop, Freeling, looking to get things going. It's been a good game, but like we mentioned, if you're just joining us, the Hoots scored a couple runs in the bottom of the first inning to take a 2-0 lead. Cornbelters took one back in the top of the second, but then it's been all goose eggs ever since. Zeros on the scoreboard everywhere since then, as we're now in the top of the 7th inning. It was 2-1 back in the top of the second when Cook hit that home run. Are more runs, or is a comeback left for the Cornbelters? Freeling in the box with a good hitter's count, 2-1. Griffin delivers. This ball's hit to the left side, and Freeling's going to get on base. A base runner that was needed. And now number 5, Drew Mize, comes up, the center fielder for the Cornbelters. Drew Mize struck out to end that first inning rally when the Cornbelters had the bases loaded, leaving 3 on base with that strikeout. And then flew out to Krogman in center field in the 3rd inning. Then grounded out to the shortstop back in the 5th. What does he have in the 7th? With 1 out and 1 aboard. This ball's hit up the middle. This could do it, but it's bobbled by Lampros, and Freeling will take an extra base. Krogman can't gun him down. No, he does! Krogman with a huge play. Throwing it from center. Freeling got aggressive, but Krogman showed off the cannon here in the top of the 7th inning. So Mize, it looked like it could have potentially been a double play, a game-ending double play, but Lampros bobbled it. It went to Krogman. It looked like Freeling was going to take that extra bag, but we underestimated the arm, the cannon of Krogman, who guns down the runner, Freeling. So Freeling gets caught trying to swipe the extra bag, And Drew Mize gets on second base on the air, bobbled by Lampros. Griffin with a nice breaking ball, a swing and a miss. So no balls, one strike. And 2 away. After Carter Mize started the inning off grounding out to Lampros. Freeling got a single, and then Drew Mize hit it back up the middle of the Lampros, but it was bobbled, and Freeling, who was on first, tried to take third, but Cavemen did a wonderful job of not letting that happen with a great throw to Bastunas at third base to cut down Freeling. Huge defensive play right there. Griffin has to be happy. It kind of makes up for the tough, hard-hit ball by Mize. Drew Mize, that is. That could have been a double play. So now a ball and a couple strikes. The runner in scoring position does represent the tying run in Drew Mize. And the hitter at the plate, Josh Cook, had a home run in the second inning, but then a couple of hit-by pitches after that here in his 4th plate appearance. He's had the only RBI today, but this could do it. Ground out to Cusimano, throws it over to Dunham, but it's up in the air, and the throw had Dunham go up in the air to get that ball, and he couldn't come back down on the bag in time, so Josh Cook gets on base. And now they'll bring up Desmond Woods. So runners on the corners, a couple outs. Things getting a little interesting. The tying run. Drew Mize is on third base.
Cusimano had a little trouble getting that ball out of his glove. If he would have caught that cleanly and fired to first, it would have been there in plenty of time. But that extra little shuffle, a little bit of a high throw, didn't quite get his legs underneath him. And now the go-ahead run is on first.
Griffin comes set and delivers. A great pitch to start Desmond Woods off with. Getting ahead. The 0-1 count. Runners at the corners. Josh Cook at first. Drew Mize the tying run at third. Desmond Woods, the Maryville product, in the box. Griffin throws it again, and Woods swings through the breaking pitch. You hear the grunt from Juan Griffin. Great deception on that one. Keeps the same intent and speed on his off-speed as he does his fastball. And a good changeup is one of the toughest pitches to hit when you're playing, especially when you can tunnel it with a running fastball. As Griffin comes set again. No balls and 2 strikes. Is this the game? And Desmond Woods grounds out to second, but it can't be handled by Cusimano, so that will extend this game. But Cusimano had a couple of opportunities, and things getting a little tricky for the Hoots in this bottom frame. We've had interesting baseball here in the last frame of these games, which is the 7th inning. And here in the top of the 7th inning, an error leads to the tying run coming in Drew Mize. So Drew Mize equalizes this game. Something's in the water with these 7th innings. And now, can the Cornbelters extend it more? Can they take the lead? With runners at the corners now and DJ Schmidt in the box. So Woods, the runner at first. And Josh Cook is at third. DJ Schmidt hit by pitch and a couple strikeouts this evening. As the Cornbelters have 10 hits, a couple runs to show for it. The Cook home run in the second, and then scoring via the air when Desmond Woods put the ball into play. Looked like it could have ended this game as Schmidt hits this one into right field, and Krogman can't come get it. It was out of his reach. He dove for it, and that will score another run. Josh Cook comes around to score. Desmond Woods goes to third base, and DJ Schmidt gets a single. A go-ahead RBI single, that is. And so now the Cornbelters in position to seal this game home. But they're going to continue to look to add more runs on this one. Down to the final strike a couple times in this one, but a couple errors have allowed the Cornbelters, they've taken advantage of it. After Carter Mize started off this inning with a ground out, a base hit, an error, a single, another error, and then a hit by DJ Schmidt has allowed the Cornbelters to take the lead here in the top of the 7th inning. Into the box, swinging it from the left side, Spencer Nivens. Runner still at the corners, DJ Schmidt at first, Desmond Woods, who reached on a Cusimano error, so a couple of times the Hoots had the opportunity to close this one out. And this one's chopped away to the right side for a foul ball. No balls and 2 strikes with a couple outs. A lot of this happening with 2 outs, Shane. And you thought about the play. It could have been the game when it was hit up the middle to Lampros, and you was thinking maybe that double play. And then Krogman with a great throw. Just a lot of activity going on just in this top frame of the 7th inning. But the 2 runs have given the lead to the Cornbelters, who came into this with their final shot down 2-1. But Griffin hasn't got too much help from his defense. This ball's hit to the right side. Dunham goes to a knee to grab that. And that will be the 3rd out, but not before the Cornbelters played a couple runs and take the lead. Last chance for the Hoots coming up. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Luke Lampros, Zach Krause, and Ty Stouse. 7, 8, 9. Can they get the job done? After 2 runs were plated by the Cornbelters in the top of the 7th inning, the Hoots just needed 3 outs. They were just 1 out away, 1 strike away before a couple of defensive miscues allowed the Cornbelters to score a couple of runs as the first pitch was swung on here in the bottom of the 7th inning, but fouled and out of play. No balls and a strike. Allowed the Cornbelters to score a couple runs and take the lead. Down by a couple, now up by 1. And Hayden House looking to close out this one for the Cornbelters. Lampros, Krause, and Stouse, the hitters, due up. House comes set. The 0-1 pitch. Missed away on the breaking pitch. One ball and 1 strike. The pitch gets away as the Hoots in their final shot. It's been a very interesting game. Now in the bottom frame of the 2nd. Interesting day, that is. Kind of the tale of 2 games. You see an offensive powerhouse in the first game, 14-7. But now it was a pitcher's duel, 2-1 before that last frame when the Cornbelters took the lead in the final at bat. Now they scored a couple runs and lead 3-2. Here at the top of the seventh inning. Do the Hoots have a comeback? Do the Hoots have a walk-off in their system? 3 balls and a strike in the pitch. Fouled off, and we'll do it again for the full count. Luke Lampros had an opportunity to turn 2, but the ball went into center field, and Krogman made a great play to stop Freeling from getting to third base. Was trying to go first to third, but underestimated Krogman's arm. Swung and a miss. Strike 3 as the Cornbelters throw it around the horn. Lampros goes down swinging. So 1 away. Cornbelters looking for a victory. Cornbelters dropped the game yesterday 6-5 to the Cavemen, so this would be their first victory if either team won. It'd be their first victory, with the Hoots being their first time on the field here at the Car Shield Collegiate League. The Hoots will take on the Gems tomorrow night. Fireworks and Charles Glenn anthem performance is the theme for the evening. The 1-0 pitch that's hit to the right side, and Mize tracks for it at first, but can't get it before he hits to the turf foul on the right field line. The designated hitter, Zach Kraus, looking to get things going. Last inning started with Mize getting out, but then things started up. We'll see what can start up for the Hoots after the first hitter, Lampros, struck out. What does Zach Kraus have in him, the hitter at the plate? A ball and a strike. And a breaking ball is tight from Hayden House.
Nasty.
A tight breaking ball, starting at the hip of Kraus, but bending right into the strike zone. A ball and 2 strikes. Wouldn't be surprised if you see it again. That pitch goes wide to the backstop, evening the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 away. The hitter on deck is Ty Stouse, who's been the backstop tonight. This game started off with Tyson James going 3 innings, allowing a couple of hits and a couple of runs, had a couple strikeouts as well. But Hawkins has deployed a handful of pitchers. As this ball's hit to the right side, Kraus goes to get it. Carter Mize gets Kraus out, and now down to the final out. Ty Stouse comes into the box. So Ty Stouse, what does he have in him? The final chance for the O'Fallon Hoots. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, Hoots trail by a run, 3-2. Here in their now down to their final out. Hayden House, the Maryville product, working pretty well. But James started this game, then Parks came in, Bone came in, and now House on the mound. And Tyson James had a pretty good start. Allowed a couple runs in that first inning, but ever since, the Hoots have been quiet. 0s and 2 through 6. And the last hitter will tell us if the 7th will hold true. What a play up the middle, throwing it over to first, and that's going to be the ball game. Freelings to Mize with a great way to end this game. With a couple runs in the top of the 7th inning, the Cornbelters take the lead. And they ultimately take the game. Their first win of the Car Shield Collegiate League with a couple runs in the top of the 7th. They win it 3-2 over the Hoots. We'll be with you tomorrow with a doubleheader again starting at 5:30. Eagles at Falcons at 5:30 and Hoots at Gems. Coming up after that, the games are separated by about 20 minutes. Here on this doubleheader, Fireworks and Charles Glenn Anthem Performance Night. Don't forget, here at the Car Shield Collegiate League, we thank you for joining us. We'll be back with you in a bit to break everything down and recap the game. Next on CCL TV, Shane Holsey, Will Conley, and Charlie Bornoff. A recap of the day. Thanks for tuning in with us, but a finals from the day 2 of the Car Shield Collegiate League opening night. And now the first night that we'll have fireworks is tomorrow. Should be great festivities here at Car Shield Field. First game, 14-10, 14 hits for the Falcons. They scored 14 runs, a couple of errors. The Cavemen, 10 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. Some great offensive performances, highlighted by Mark Vierling, who had 5 hits, 3 runs batted in. And also for Austin Schmidt. One heck of a day, a grand slam, and then another 2 home runs in back-to-back at-bats.
Back-to-back pitches.
Back-to-back pitches, that is. He comes up and just unloads on it. Ryan O'Connell started the game. Pothoff came in, Sen came in, and then Gordon finished it out. Pothoff picks up the victory for Kiesel. And on the losing end, Foley picks up the loss, going 3 1/3, allowing 4 hits and 4 runs, 4 earned as well. A couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts, and did surrender a home run. On the offensive side, Luke Mann was the highlight for the Cavemen, who fell in this one. Their record falls to 1-1. And the Falcons improve to 1-0. The Hoots fall to 0-1. And the Cornbelters are now 1-1. As we start giving you the standings as all teams have participated in the game so far. In game number 2, Cornbelters win 3-2. They had 9 hits. The Hoots had 4 hits and some good standout performances. Obertop had a couple hits. Freeling had a couple hits for the Cornbelters. And the Hoots were kind of quiet on offense. They scored a couple runs in the bottom of the first inning, and the Hoots were back, and the at-bats were great, but the pitching for the Cornbelters was really solid, and Joey Hawkins did a good job of deploying the staff tonight. Tyson James, but then Cleveland, Bone, Parks, and then ultimately House, who finished things out. And House is the one who did pick up that victory as the Cornbelters took the lead in the top frame of the 7th. And House shut it down. The Maryville product doing a nice job on the mound. So, Shane, final thoughts before we get back at it tomorrow at 5:30 for a couple of baseball games. The Eagles at the Falcons and the Hoots at the Gems. So, more baseball, more fun here at Car Shield Field.
Fun day of baseball today. Really a tale of 2 games. An offensive explosion in game 1 and a pitcher's duel coming down to the wire. The Cornbelters never count this team out. They've almost rallied a couple times. This time they complete the comeback and win their first game. The Hoots, unfortunately for them, dropped their home opener, dropped their actually first game in O'Fallon Hoots history here at Car Shield Field. They drop it 3-2. Unfortunate for them. Would have liked to win a game for their fans on their home opener on opening night, but credit to the Cornbelters, never giving up, never giving in, fighting till the last out, the last strike, down to their last strike multiple times, and found a way to scratch across a couple of runs. DJ Schmidt with the big RBI single in the final inning to put the Cornbelters ahead, and then Hayden House, a brilliant job out of the bullpen, 2 scoreless innings, picks up the W.
For Shane Holsey and Charlie Bornoff, I'm Will Connerly. We'll be back with you tomorrow here at Car Shield Field and all summer long. Thanks for tuning in, and stay tuned for all your Car Shield Collegiate League content on Car Shield Collegiate League TV here on YouTube. Thanks, and so long. Good night from Car Shield Field.